Today's episode is brought to you by Coal Creek Equine, makers of the best equine spa in the industry. If you want your horses to be world champions, you better put them in a Coal Creek. Okay, today on Uncut Real Raw, we've got Tricia Aldridge. Did I get it right?
Yes, sir.
Tricia, thanks for coming here, mate.
Absolutely.
Well, Tricia, here's what I know about you. I know that you're opinionated, like me, and people either love you or fucking hate you, which
100%.
makes me want to talk to you. That's all that does. So I'm really looking forward to getting to chat with you because I really don't know jack shit about you. And that I love that. When I don't know much about a guest, I love it because I'm very inquisitive and I get to ask the questions because I don't know. I don't like to know a lot about guests because then I feel like I'm asking questions I already know the answers to. But in your case, I really don't know a lot. But I know that you're very opinionated and you're a lot like me, that people either love you or hate you, and you're my kind of tribe. My attitude in life is when you sit in the middle of the fence, you get splinters in your ass. Pick a fucking team. You know what I mean? So it's great to have you here.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Righto. Well, let's get started. Well, first of all, do you listen to the Uncut and Real Raw podcast?
So I've definitely heard clips of it.
Just clips, yeah?
Yeah, and I follow you on social media, but you'll laugh, but I try not to listen to podcasts. So like since I got invited,
Yes.
because I feel like it could subconsciously make it go one way or the other.
Yeah.
So
No
I
worries.
kind of like to just be.
I love
clean
that.
slate.
People ask me all the time, do I study the guests or do I want to know about them? And the real answer is no, I don't. I don't want to study them. I don't want to have preconceived questions made up. I want to know as little about them as possible because then it's the most genuine and authentic. So I can appreciate that.
100%.
Well, good deal. Well, okay, let's just get started. How old are you?
37.
37. Where do you live?
I'm in Valley View, Texas, so just north of Denton.
Okay, very good. So where were you born, Tricia?
Oh, gosh. So I was born in Fort Hood, which is called something else now, and my dad was in the military, so we moved around quite a bit.
Okay, so you're a military kid then?
Yes, and he was stationed in Fort Wainwright, Alaska, and then Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and then we ended up back in Texas.
Okay. So where do you think you spent the majority of your childhood then?
Oh, gosh,
In
nowhere.
Texas or a little bit everywhere?
A little bit of everywhere.
Okay, very good. Was that hard on you as a kid traveling, or did you adapt to making new friends? Did you embrace it? Do you think it helped you as an adult? Didn't help you? No difference at all?
I think when you're a military kid, you learn how to make friends and talk to people, and I think I counted it one time, and I had been to like 13 schools or something. So, I mean, when you travel around that much, you're going to learn how to talk to people.
And I think that's going to help you as an adult.
I would think.
You know, because, you learn how to communicate with new people, get over being shy, make new fucking friends. You know what I mean? It's funny. Kids are the best at making new friends because they just walk up and say, hey, what's your name? And as adults, we kind of make it more difficult sometimes.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? So if you moved around then, how the hell did you get in the horse industry? Let's start with your first horse. Where were you? So you don't come from a horse background, correct?
No.
Okay, so give us the first childhood memory of a horse, asking parents for a horse. Tell us that whole story.
So my dad was he was stationed in the Army, and in Fort Hood, he worked for the first cav and stuff. And so I'm pretty sure the first horse I ever rode was a Mustang.
Okay.
In Fort Hood. And so when we lived in Alaska, my dad was in the Boy Scouts, and they did like the prison Mustangs and stuff.
Yes.
And so both my parents are from California, though, so definitely city, like
Yes.
San Jose and San Diego. And then when we moved to Tennessee, that's when I'm pretty sure I asked for a pony every day. And
how old were you? Do you remember the age?
I'm probably 5 or 6 when I got a pony.
So where did you get the pony bug from? I always say people are either born with it or they're not. Did you have neighbors that influenced you at all? Or you just walked, a lot of us as kids, you look out the window and you see a horse in the pasture as you're driving down the road. Do you remember seeing a movie?
Not really, but I do know I was like the kid that pointed out the naughty pony on the wheel, that was like bucking, and
Right.
I always thought it was fun. So in my first pony, his name was Bucky.
So you were about 5 or 6 when you got your first horse, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that hard to convince your parents to get it for you?
I don't remember, but I'm pretty tenacious, so I would say I probably asked 9 million times.
Yeah, and they just gave up.
Yeah.
You sound a lot like me. You just wore your parents into the ground.
Yeah.
Until they just had to say, take the prisoner, I'll do it.
Oh, yeah.
So that first pony, success, not success, who taught you how to ride? How did that whole thing go?
Some
wrecks?
A million. Yeah, I always joke, because they always say like a good pony is still worse than the worst horse. And I definitely had some bad ponies. So I think that's a big part of like a lot of me learning to ride was going to be all the really naughty ponies. And we would always try to get ones that were big enough that an adult could get on. So like I remember we had a friend and she was younger, but she rode bulls. And she would come and just thrash that pony around, and that'd last me a few more weeks, pony be good, and then start getting naughty again, and somebody come get it around.
So that kind of took you through early in your horses. When did you start getting influenced by either a sport or horsemanship, or you're just riding after school? Where do you go from there a little bit? Like, what's the next step?
Literally, like, my dad would pony my pony to school.
Yeah?
To pick me up. So I mean, we were pretty much just like backyard
hillbillies
trail. Yes. Yeah. Like, I mean, I would ride my pony around like a bike.
Yeah.
So I like lived in the creek and just would take the pony to the neighbors. You could spot me by wherever my pony was tied up.
Fair enough. So you put some miles under that son bitch.
I don't know how they survived.
That's probably the only reason you kept them beat down enough. They were like little Amish motherfucking ponies. They were just so wore down. They were too tired to kill you.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think about that now and I'm like, how do these suckers survive? Like we would be on trail rides and like me and the other kids, we would like run up and run back and run up and run back and run up and run back, and like the adults would just ride.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do these things survive my childhood?
Good for them. It was good for them.
Tons of riding.
That's one thing I think that in the horse industry now we're lacking is like 100 years ago, the horse training was pretty barbaric. Okay, 100 years ago, and it was all about forcing them, intimidating them, etc. Now, 100 years later, we've got all this great fucking psychology now. We understand they're a prey animal. Humans are a predator. We understand psychology of horses. We understand how to get along with them. And we have all these great training techniques now to teach them rather than fight with them. But now they're overfed and they're under fucking worked. 100 years ago, they were beat up and rode into the ground, but they had a lot of work.
Sounds like kids,
yeah,
too.
And now we got 100 years later, we've got all these great training techniques, but they're getting fucked up because the horses are overfed, underworked, and we don't put enough miles under their feet. It's like, can't we just find the middle ground somewhere in here where we've got all this great psychology to get along with them, but go back to putting miles back under their feet again?
For sure.
You know what I'm trying to say? So I love that you rode the little sumbitch everywhere. So what changed after that then? I'm trying to figure out, at what point did you get interested either in barrel racing or something else, or you went to a horse show, or what was the next little chapter as far as the horse goes?
So definitely they had like the little local play day stuff.
Yeah.
And my dad run barrels. He had
So your dad enjoyed the horses too then? Mm-hmm. So he was into them with you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think he enjoyed them as much as you, or he just went along with them because you were into it?
No, I think he always liked it. And in Tennessee, it's a lot different. Like I feel like the women do walking horses and the men do all the speed events. So
yeah. Okay.
So growing up, there wasn't a lot of women that did that, which is opposite of Texas, where it's only, it's mostly women.
Yes.
But I think you just kind of started out there with the ponies and stuff.
Say that one more time. You said in Tennessee, all the men did the speed events and the women did the walking stuff.
Yes.
Yes, and it's the opposite as a general rule in Texas, yes.
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 And so it's kind of a different when you grow up like that, but those guys will whoop your ass. Like if you see a good pole horse coming out of Kentucky, it's going to be fast.
Truly. Why is that as a culture, you think the further east, the men do more of the speed events?
I wonder if it's like the horses that way, or like having a motorcycle or a fast car, or like the adrenaline.
Yeah.
Besides a race.
Your dad liked the barrel racing too, did he? And he competed in it?
Yeah, but just like the play day, and it was, I think, like barrels and then poles and like one barrel speed and flag race and stuff like that. And then when you would go to those play days, I remember it was like a huge ordeal when I was little, because
how old do you think you were when you remember this?
Probably like
guess
8, 9, 10,
somewhere
in there. And they would have like a program of like 30 events, so it was like an all weekend deal, all night. I remember playing tag out there with all the little kids.
That's awesome.
In the middle of the night, but I just think like as I got older, I kind of wanted to do different things. So when we moved to Texas, I still was like kind of doing the play day stuff. I really never had interest in high school rodeo. And then I started riding with like I wanted to ride some cutters and some reiners, and I competed in eventing for a little while too.
How old would you have been then?
Probably 17, 18.
Okay. So you basically got to have horses around you pretty much from your first pony all the way through high school. You got to have a horse around you.
A horse. Yes.
A horse, yes. So they never left you, I suppose is what I'm saying. Okay.
Yep.
So around 16, 17, you started noticing there was other sports you could do, or what?
Yeah, I wanted to see what I liked. I actually really enjoyed eventing.
How did you get into that? Did a neighbor have eventing horses, or how did that work?
No, when we moved here, my dad, he leased a barn south of Dallas, and it was a predominantly English barn, and they had a bunch of like dressage and jumping trainers and stuff like that. So just kind of being around there, and then kind of at that age, I was already, I talk about like people that want to get into training. So I feel like as a general rule, if you end up as a trainer, when you were around that age, people were already asking you to do things. So like I was always asked to get on the problem horses or do, fix whatever,
So would you say up to that point you were very self-taught? Like nobody's influencing your horsemanship?
A lot of self-taught.
Yes, you're just self-taught. Are you reading books? Are you watching YouTube videos? Are
Charmaine James book. And
so I suppose what I'm trying to ask
Horseman
is, you had a desire to learn is what I'm asking you. Or did you not? You did have a desire to learn?
I always won. I think I'm naturally suspicious.
Yeah.
So I'm not the kind of person that they say you can do it this way or you can do it that way. I'm never just the one to just accept that. Like I want to know what's the best way to do things, the most efficient way. I don't want to say I want to reinvent the wheel, but I just want to make sure that the wheel is right.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
And so I think just always wanting to learn from people and from trainers. So
was there any trainers that influenced you up to about 16, 17? Was there any particular trainers that influenced you, or most of your knowledge is coming from books, YouTube, TV, anything like that?
Most of my knowledge is probably from doing it the wrong way.
Fair enough. Nothing wrong with that.
So a lot of that. I mean, we didn't have no money, so it was just auction horses and whatever you could afford and whatever you could get paid to ride. Like, how I survived my childhood, I still am not sure. But, like, there's horses I would get on. And, like, when I was in high school, we had this barn. So we were in Grand Prairie next to Lone Star. Okay, well, if you go, like, just outside of that, there's all these barns around there. And I would go and work at these boarding barns, and we would ride semi-loads of horses that who knows where the hell they come from.
People just paid you to ride them because nobody else wanted to?
I'm pretty sure the guy that ran the barn was, like, making money by, like, he would bring in the load of horses, and then he had, like, 2 or 3 of us girls that would go out there and ride the shit out of them all day. And then he would sell them at the end of summer.
Yeah.
I'm sure we got, like, a peanut for it, but I learned a lot.
Yeah, you learned a lot of experience.
Oh yeah, but I would just we had those, and then they had all the Mexican match horses and stuff over there, and so it's pretty funny looking back because I'm like I still don't know how I didn't die, but I had this horse. He was not a great barrel horse or a plated horse, but that sucker would run straight as a freaking arrow, and I would beat those Mexicans. Like nonstop.
Truly, you were actually in the match races.
I would come up on my he looked like a hyena. I'm sure he didn't look like anything. And they would bet me money, and I would tell them, like, oh, so my horse is going to beat your stud. And, I mean, you drop the hammer, that sucker would run straight as a freaking arrow, and he'd whip them every time. Now,
are these match races legal or illegal?
They're definitely not legal. Yeah.
How old were you when you were match racing this
Probably
hyena?
Like 16.
Did your dad know about this?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Getting in all kinds of trouble. But, I learned so much, though, because, I was always around stallions. And then, the Mexicans had the ones that would dance, and, you see some pretty crazy things. But you also appreciate a lot of, the culture around the horses. And then also, what they do train them to do. And then I always joke because, where we were, you kind of hear them talk about that stuff. And I was like, when you're around those guys, they treat those horses better than their wives. They got people there full time. They're in a speck of dirt on them. They're very proud of
How
their
often
horses.
were you doing these match races? Once a month?
Oh, a lot. Because I boarded with all those guys, and they would go to Lone Star and race, and all the match races and stuff around there and the Mexican rodeos.
So was it like an undercover kind of culture where everybody would text each other where these matches are going to be?
Oh,
or,
yeah.
Or how did you know
Yeah.
where to go? Tell me about that.
Just the guys that were there, like they would always tell you like where they were going to be at,
And you
what
just
they were
knew you
doing.
had a horse fast enough to beat their horses? Or
Oh
you
yeah.
did?
He was, but I know he was fast and he was all race bred, but I really think where I like won all those races was he would just run in a straight line. And that's how I
Well, what
paid
did
for
their
like
fucking
my
horses do?
saddles.
Didn't they not
They
run-
just don't break as strong, or they
Okay.
just not perfectly straight, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, that sucker was just really fast on a deal. But I laugh now because I'm like, now knowing what I know now, I'm like, he probably was like a terrible bleeder, and he
Yeah.
probably had like probably needed a vet and like all these things that you just don't.
No,
You
at the
don't know
time.
what you don't know, you know.
So would you bet on your own races too?
Oh yeah, yeah,
I love that.
yeah. I was a hustler.
So basically,
I've always
that
had that
basically
kind of
you got money through high school by riding piece of shit sale barn horses.
Oh, yeah.
And match racing the Mexicans,
and,
correct?
and like I've had every kind of side hustle business you can imagine. So, like when I was really little, this is like one of my favorites. But I used to like, let's say you boarded your horse at the barn I boarded at, okay, and your horse's name was Fluffy. I would make you a stall sign that said Fluffy, all colored and everything, and then I would go to you and be like, "Do you want to buy this sign?"
You manipulative little bitch.
And they would feel bad, you know. So I'm like a little kid, but like that's how I paid for all of my
Hey,
stuff.
you got to work it. You worked your cuteness, okay?
Yeah, so you just got to figure out how you're gonna make money and
Yeah.
do horses. So
Especially when you don't have wealthy parents, you got to figure it out.
Yeah.
You got to get a hustle,
Oh, yeah.
So I love that kind of stuff.
At Kaiser Arenas, we build consistency. For over 30 years, we've helped facilities design smarter arenas, manage footing properly, and protect both horse and rider. From consulting and property development to the Red Drag still running 20 years later, Kaiser Arenas. Built from the ground up. Visit kaiserarenas.com.
I've been doing business now at DT Horses for probably almost 10 years now. And one of the things I really appreciate about doing business with them is they're horsemen first. They care about who buys their horses, where their horses go, and ultimately they want the horse to excel at whatever event it has the most natural disposition and talent to do. Sure, they raise world champion cow horses, reining horses, cutting horses, and rope horse futurity horses, but in reality, Dean Tufton is fanatical about letting that horse tell you what event it's going to excel at. Sure, we might buy a cow horse, but it may be suited better for the rope horse futurity prospects, might be suited better for a cutter. You don't often get breeders that are absolutely fanatical about making sure those horses get the best start possible and ultimately excel in the event that they're going to do the best at. They have the most natural talent, disposition, and they enjoy that particular event. Like I said, been doing business with DT Horses now for a little over 10 years and absolutely enjoy it. One of the best places I've got to buy my horses.
For information about the athletes available, please contact the DT Horses office at 480-471-4348.
This episode is brought to you in part by Valley Equine, managing stallions that represent the performance horse industry's finest. You go through high school. What happens at high school? Do you know you want to train horses, not train horses? You're going to college? What's going on right about 17, 18 years old?
I think
You're still not you're not barrel racing at this stage as
not really. No, like I mean like a local jackpot, but
Right.
like really terrible horses.
Fair enough. That's okay.
Looking back.
Everybody's.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's how I learned,
That's right. You know
you
what
know?
the unique thing about where you're sitting is there's been so many
Yeah.
wealthy and world champions sit where you're sitting, and they all started somewhere. Whether they started by paying people to where they could go to somebody's barn and just groom the horses.
Oh,
they
yeah.
actually paid
Yeah.
to say, can I pay you just to come in and braid the horses' manes and tails? Everybody's got to start somewhere.
And it's fun.
Which is cool.
It's fun to look back on that now because it really has come so far. But I also think I have a very different outlook on horses now because of where I started. And I'm very fortunate because I feel like when you're that age and horses are always just made, you never learn those skills. Mm-hmm. And those skills, even though when you're a teenager, it's horrible because you don't ever have anything tough enough to compete.
Yeah.
The skills I learned from those horses are what's, made me as an adult to have,
I agree.
sell everything or not. I'm never scared to sell one because I'll just make another one.
Yes.
Yes. And so I think that is really cool to have that outlook on the other side. But
yeah,
all the high school
I can name a couple of trainers in particular that, in my opinion, are just catch riders. That if you bring them 1 3/4 trained, they will whip your ass with it.
Yeah.
But could they make one? Not in a million fucking years. Not in a million years. Could they make one themselves or do it themselves? But if they buy one, and that's their niche, they typically buy them that are already 3/4 to almost trained.
Yeah.
And they will absolutely show the shit out of it and beat your ass. But they have to rely on buying good horses that are already 3/4 trained, because that's their niche, because they never learnt to train one from a 2-year-old onwards.
Well, and also they're so expensive now.
Very much
so. A lot of people I feel like that were at the same stage as me. Well, now that Daddy's not buying them a horse, they can't afford that horse.
Yeah.
So now they're having to learn those tough lessons, and it's almost like you just go the opposite.
But, it's kind of like when Melanie Smith did the podcast. Melanie did side hustles from baling hay and making an extra $1 or $2 with hay. Baling hay and delivering hay to people in her area, buying ponies and flipping ponies. I see a lot of comments on the internet lately, and I understand that horses in the last 5 years, since COVID, 6 years, have pretty much doubled in price. Across the board, everything's got doubled, basically, in the last 6 years. Combination of COVID, combination of the Yellowstone effect, Taylor Sheridan, a lot of new city people getting involved in horses. You can have a million reasons why it's happened, but reality is horses are pretty much doubled. But I see a lot of comments on social media now about, horses are so expensive now, you can't get started, or they've outpriced the beginner. I don't believe that. There's a level for everybody.
Yeah.
You can go out and get a free rescue horse right fucking now. There's hundreds of thousands of rescue horses all over America that you can go get a free horse today. Now, you may not be able to get a horse that you want at your budget, but don't tell me you can't get started.
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody can get started.
Yeah.
And you might get started with $1,000 piece of shit. Put 60 days on it, flip it for $3,000. Go buy another one, buy it for $3,000, flip it for $8,000. So I think there's a little bit of a cop-out culture now that it's so expensive nobody can get started. No, you may not be able to start at the level you want to start at, but you can get in the equine business right now with a free fucking horse.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to ride it 60, 90 days and get it better, there's no shortage of people that want to buy a nice trained horse. Well-trained horses, whether it's a trail horse or anything, you can. If I was a high school student today and I wanted to make money, I'd go to rescues all the time. I'd pick myself up a 4 to 7-year-old gelding. I'd take it home. I'd ride the shit out of it for 90 days, and I'd flip that thing for $7,500 in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I'd make money. If I was in high school right now, that's exactly how I'd be flipping horses and making money, because it's not hard to sell a horse for $7,500 now. You know what I mean? As a weekend trail horse, that type of stuff. So I think there's a little bit of a bullshit excuse going around right now that horses are expensive, and the good ones really are, but I can't get started mentality. You've proven it. Melanie Smith proved it.
And I always say, too, it costs time or money.
Yes.
So either you need to be willing to invest the time or you need to have the money. But I think, too, the cool thing about my story, I feel like, is at this point in the game, now I have a top stallion. We have a huge social media president. We do all this marketing, but I'm a little fish. Like I am truly someone who started from the bottom.
Very much so.
And who, I've flipped 1 million horses. So I really learned, through my 20s about vet work. And so I would buy horses that I thought I could vet, and I would take them to my vet, and, I would ride him, and I would be like, this is what I feel. This is kind of what I'm thinking. And I would work with him, and then we would get a plan, and I could, no problem, double my money. Even buying a lot of horses that people said not to buy, but if I would just be like, well, this is a good set of problems. Like I know I can fix this. I know I can vet this horse and get him turned around. And I think being able to directly see how that helped the horses, I could really turn some stuff around and take horses that were like not even in the 5D and then get them working. And then there's always somebody that's willing to buy that horse. And in barrel racing, they'll even put up with some crazy if they win. So
I always tell people there's only 3 ways to get a well-trained horse. You either buy it trained, pay somebody else to train it or train it yourself.
Yeah.
So if you're poor, train it yourself.
Yeah.
You know, Ian Francis has a great saying that I live by. He says, if you want something bad enough, you'll find a way. And if you don't, you'll find an excuse. You could have found a million excuses because you didn't come from money.
How do you find an excuse now? So, you know, you think about when I was coming up or when you were coming up, we didn't have any of the resources.
No, not at all.
That we have today. Like, I feel like there's literally no reason you can't figure it out today.
There is so much free training information on
Everywhere.
YouTube now. It's incredible. You can just type in for any sport, any discipline, any problem, and a video will come up on YouTube that would probably help you or fix the fucking problem.
in anything.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's free.
It's free.
Yes, it is free.
Yeah.
So you're damn right. There's even less excuses now of why you can't get started in the horse industry and start building it. But, you know, Melanie does financially extremely well, but she started by just flipping some hay in a pasture as a kid, figuring it out. You know?
I think, too, just even, like, learning that. So when I was younger, you know, I would do, like, all of my little arts and crafts. We lived in these apartment buildings in Carrollton, and I would go out when the street lights and stuff would come on. I would go to the gutters, and I would catch geckos. And I would sell the geckos to the little neighbor kids. Well, then if you bought a gecko, you'd need a house for the gecko. So I would buy like the little things, and I'd mark them up, and I'd sell them the little house for the gecko. Well, then you got to feed the gecko, so I'd sell them food for the gecko.
I fucking love it.
And then when they lose the gecko, I'd sell them another gecko.
I'm gonna protect my wallet when we get up to go to the restroom because there's a fucking hustle coming on here somewhere in this podcast. I'm gonna lose some money to you. I can already tell.
Man.
That's awesome.
And you know, so I did that. I sold popsicles by the pool. I had a snow cone stand for a long time. That's actually a really good little side business. I really want to do a coffee stand next.
Yeah.
But just I think all those things just teach you kind of how to do it. You know, when I started college later, but you know, in my mid-20s. But when I was in college, I used to do the local barrel races. So I would train horses, and then I would do all the local stuff at the Diamond T Arena in Denton. And so I just learned a lot to go through there. But I feel like almost now a lot of people just don't want to go through the struggle part of it. And I think any business you're building, you're going to have a lot of struggle. And I always joke because I'm like, I feel like in our society, you're told all the time that you need balance. Yeah. There's no balance.
Not if you're going to be really successful.
If you're going to be great, there's no balance. You know, you have to sacrifice, even if it's for a short time. Like, you know, these last few years, I have sacrificed a lot to promote my Stallion. Now, obviously, things are way easier. He's won $1 million, and now I can pick and choose what I want to do.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But I had to put in all that time. You know, when people ask me about, like, him as a 3-year-old, I was like, the thing I'm the most proud of is, like, we have a metal business and stuff. We build shops and barndominiums and stuff. And it wouldn't matter. Like, I would be out there working all the time, you know, hanging gutters or helping hang steel or do whatever. We'd get done at night. I'd load him up, go ride him, and flip on the lights 11:30 at night, you know, and then have to haul. I have only just recently even had an arena of my own. And so, you know, if you don't skip those steps, you get that time back.
Yes, you
on
do.
the other end.
I always tell people, you either pay now and get to play later.
Yeah.
Or you play now and you will have to pay later.
Yeah.
I did the same thing in my business. I retired at 43, so now I get to do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah.
But up till 43, from 15 to 43 was a fucking grind.
Yeah.
And people says, wasn't your career fun? No, it wasn't. Let me just be blunt about this. It wasn't fucking fun. None of what I did for a living was fun.
Yeah.
I did it because I was good at it. I did it because there was a lot of money there. And I did it because I wanted to be retired one day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But would I call it fucking fun? No. I'm sorry it wasn't. It was called a grind.
And how much of this business is fun?
There's not a lot of, you know, when you really analyze being a fucking responsible adult, Tricia, there's not a lot of fun being an adult.
It's not a lot of fun.
When you really think about being an adult, there's a lot of fucking responsibility about being a great parent, being in business, you know, doing what you have to do. So I always tell people, you know, pay now and get to play later, or fucking play now, and you will be forced. I got a buddy of mine that's my sound engineer that was on tour for me for 25 years as my sound engineer. And this guy's a real hustler, go-getter. You'd like him a lot. And he has elderly parents. At the time he told me this story, they were in their like mid to late 70s. And he said they live in a trailer park and they both have minimum paid jobs and they still have to go to a job every day. And I said, Aaron, why the fuck do your parents, why are they working at that age? And he said, Clinton, because they partied the first 45 years of their life. But all they did is smoke weed, drink beer, partied. And he said they saved nothing. They invested nothing. They had a great time. Yeah. But now they had lived literally from paycheck to paycheck. Mm-hmm. So they got to play for many, many years. Now they have to pay that and walk they will have to walk to the day they drop dead.
Yeah.
And I can promise you, I turned 50 this year, you'll never have the energy you have in your 20s.
Oh,
your 20s
gosh.
is the Energizer Bunny. That's the decade where you're the fucking stupidest, but you also have the most amount of energy. I remember in my 20s doing a clinic all day, getting done, and then going to the barn at 9:30, 10 at night and riding till 2 in the morning and not thinking anything of it.
No.
And then waking up at 6 a.m. and doing it all again. Hell, now, if I'm not in bed by 8:30, I'm fucked. You know what I mean? Like, I tell people, the 20s is your decade to build your career, get your shit together, and build your assets. Start building what you want to do. And 30s is pretty good too, but every decade you'll have less energy.
Oh, for sure. And I think too, just, in our industry, I mean, there's a million things we could talk about with the culture, but, I think the problem is like people always think that people like you and I it's money, 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 and it's not money, it's freedom. Mm-hmm. Like you're building so that you can do what
money gives you, as far as I'm concerned, is retirement just means you get to do what you want.
Yes.
That's all money. Money buys you the ability to interact with people you want to interact with, because when you're broke, there might be a very wealthy customer that's a massive pain in your ass, but you've got to put up with their bullshit because you have a mortgage.
Yeah.
You have bills to pay. You got kids to feed. You've got to smile when you really just want to tell them to fuck off. But what money gives you is the ability to only interact with people you want to interact with, only ride the horses you want to interact. One of the negatives to me having money now is I'm a little pea-hearted when it comes to riding horses now. If I don't like them or they don't suit me real well, they're fucking gone. I don't even try to make them work anymore. Yeah. Because I want to enjoy every horse I get on.
Yeah.
But when you're a starving horse trainer, it's a piece of shit. You got to ride it.
Oh, yeah.
You got to deal with it. You got to make it work. You know what I mean? Well, let's back up a little bit here. So you graduate high school, correct? Mm-hmm. And then what are your parents saying to you? Pick a direction. Where do you want to go now? Do you want to train horses?
Get your ass out.
What are they saying to you?
So I mean, I definitely kind of went a little bit off path because I got married when I'm pretty sure I was 18 or 19. So I was young.
Close
young
enough. Let's just say you were legal and to skip all the
that
bullshit.
Was legal. So and then I have a son. So he was born when I was 20, and then I got divorced because kudos to the people that get married that young and make it work.
And how many of them do? Very few.
So you change so much.
Yes.
When I just read like an email I wrote when I was 20 and I'm like, oh my God.
Tricia, I tell people this is like, every decade we change as humans, but the 2 decades that you change the most is a 10-year-old girl is not the same as a 20-year-old girl. What you were interested in as a 10-year-old girl will not be what you're interested in at 20. But the same thing goes in your 20. A 20-year-old girl will have a different mindset than a 30-year-old woman or man. And so I personally tell people, don't make life-changing decisions in your 20s. So don't get married, don't have children.
Yeah.
After 30, from 30 onwards, you want to be Amish and knock out 50 kids? I don't give a fuck. You want to get married, knock yourself out. But you've got a much better chance of making a mature decision at 30 when you've lived through those 20 than doing it in your 20s. Would you agree or disagree?
For sure.
And now I get a lot of hate for that statement. You want to see the fucking Christians
though.
that come after me about that bullshit? Oh, you got to have kids early. How many people did you see get married early that are still married? Very fucking few.
It's a catch-22 because it's really fun like going hiking and stuff with my kid, and he can. I like that also. I'm still young enough to go and like do things. Like I always joke. A couple years ago, I went snowboarding with him and his friend was like so upset that the mom was coming. I freaking left their ass.
Yeah.
Gone. Like it's fun that I get to go do all those things. So, and I also am very career motivated. So I feel like had it not happened that way, I probably wouldn't have ever had children.
Enough.
So,
and it's not that I'm
love my
anti-kid.
kids.
It's not that I'm anti-kid.
Oh, I know.
I just think that your maturity level in our 20s
young
is
and
young and dumb. We're young,
Yeah.
dumb, full of cum. You know, we've got all this energy and all this enthusiasm, but we don't know where to put this energy.
Yeah.
We're too immature to know what a good decision or a bad decision is a lot of the time. And I'm not saying we don't learn lessons in our 30s and 40s and 50s. Every decade we change.
I'm way smarter, though, about that kind of stuff.
Yes, because we make better choices.
Yeah.
But you'd be amazed how many people, like I saw a post on social media the other day, somebody's Facebook post, and they were actually criticizing that exact advice where I say, the post said, Clinton Anderson tells everybody not to have kids and not to get married in their 20s, and I did it and I made it work, and yes, it's hard, but like she proved me wrong. I don't give a fuck. Have 50
life.
kids.
Yeah,
have 50 kids
your
in your
life.
20s as far as I give a
Yeah.
shit. I'm not telling people that you're a bad person for doing it. I'm just saying if I'm giving you advice, don't fucking make life-changing decisions between 20 and 30. And I'd like to say I'm smart enough that I made these decisions because I was wise. No, I was stupid. I got a lot of bloody noses.
Yeah.
A lot of fucking bloody noses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It is very hard.
So, okay, so you get married early at 18.
And then divorced.
And then divorced. Nothing wrong with that. I've had 2 of them. There won't be a third. And you get married, get divorced, you have a kid. What are you doing now for money? Like, where's your head? Like, are you training horses? I'm trying to figure out where you are in your career.
So at this point, I'm like training horses, but not super specialized. Like I had.
Where are you training these horses? Whereabouts?
In south of Dallas.
South of Dallas, okay.
Yeah, at least a barn.
Okay.
And trying to figure out.
So who's helping you babysit? Are your
do.
parents helping you? You've got a kid now. Who's helping you balance
The
this?
little Mexican lady at the barn.
I love
the
it.
The wife of the guy that helped clean stalls and stuff.
Okay, so she did some babysitting. So you
Yep,
basically
they had
took
like
your,
3 kids. So.
you took your kid to work basically,
Yep.
and then she babysat with her kids.
Yep.
Okay, that's awesome.
And so I, at this point, am training, but also
Barrel racing horses, or just anything that would pay you a bill.
Probably anything that would pay a bill. Like, and I think at this point too, it's kind of where I start learning the hard knocks.
Mm-hmm.
So I start learning like a really good lesson. Like I ended up getting in a lawsuit over this horse, and so they brought me this 2-year-old or 3-year-old stallion. And he, they want him broke and they love him because he's fluffy and 3 generations back, he has some sort of something on his papers, one of those deals.
Yeah.
And he was freaking rank, like pretty bad thinking outside the box. Like I tried to get on him in the pond. I have a
Like he's
saddle
wanting to
bronc
buck you
rider.
off?
Oh, hell yeah. Like dirty too.
Yeah.
And I have a guy, like a bronc rider friend of mine, come out, and this sucker blows in the round pin and rolls him into the wall. It's one of those ones that has no self-preservation.
Yes.
I don't play
Yes.
with those kind anymore.
Yes.
So I get through this whole thing. I finally
And it's a stud too, you
It's
said.
a freaking stud. I get him going. I get him broke. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm starting to ride him, and I'm riding him every day, and I finally got most of the bullshit. Okay.
Out of him.
And he's a little sore, like a little back sore, probably because I'm riding every living shit out of him.
And you probably
okay?
needed to, too.
Yes, okay. And the owners say, we just want to take him home and give him a break. Okay, this is the first red flag.
Yeah, this
now.
smells like fucking raisin tree hugger.
Yeah, okay. So they take him home or whatever. They want to bring him back to me like a month later. And so they bring him back. And I remember I got on him in the round pen the first day, and he rode off, and he was pretty good. And then the next day, they had this little covered arena, and I'm down there in the covered arena, and I'm trotting around, and nothing changes. And this sucker freaking breaks into, flips me off of him. And I just remember him coming at me teeth and feet, ears pinned.
Aggressive.
Oh yeah, and freaking about to stomp my brains in. And I start screaming and yelling and get him off, chased off or whatever. So I told the people, come and get him.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this? You cut him or you come and get him. And so then I get drug into some big lawsuit because they say that I didn't get him broke and whatever. We go to court and, young and dumb. So, but thankfully at this point, somewhat by the grace of God, because I don't even know, their video cameras were not even that prevalent to have at this point. And I had a video riding him, and that's what I got paid to do, was to get him where you can ride him. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell happened in that month that he was gone or whatever. So they pay some trainer to come in and say that the horse, there's no way anybody could ride this horse and whatever. And they go through all their spiel. And then I flip open my little laptop and play the video of me riding him. And then I won the court case and everything, but I ain't seen a dime.
You know what's so funny is until you've had a crazy fucking customer,
I've had
until
so many.
you've had one
Yeah.
and they burn a hole in your ass so bad, they just take the fun right out of fucking training horses, don't they?
And they say, well, if you just would use this saddle pad, he wouldn't buck.
Yeah.
If you would just use this bit, and they want to tell you how to do it. And I always joke because I'm like, on the other side, I'm like, if you're paying me to ride a horse for you, you're paying me for the finished product that you think I can make. Like, how I get there is my deal, right? Like, and if I send a horse to somebody, that's the same. I got 5 horses up with Rodney Yost right now in South Dakota. He breaks horses for me. And it takes him forever, and he don't answer the phone. But I know what I'm getting back.
Yeah.
And I always joke because he's a really good dude. But I just know what I got on the other end of that. So just send me the bill. Yeah. Like, and if I can't be like that with somebody, then they're not, good for
As
my
you get
program.
older and wiser, you start smelling the crazy. And I always tell people, if you think somebody's crazy when they've got their own money, imagine how crazy they'll be when you got their money.
Oh,
so
gosh.
if you smell fucking crazy, I don't care how broke you are, don't take their money.
But you only learn that the
Through
hard way.
We have an academy class every year, and every year I give them a speech about crazy customers and how you avoid them and do your I'm a nut on documentation. Documentation. We videotape the horses when they get to the ranch. We take photos of all 4 sides. Before the horse leaves, we videotape it again. We get more photos all 4 sides. We document every phone call with an email, and I go through. We have a set procedure.
Yeah.
And a girl one time said to me, she said, why do you protect yourself so much? And I said, because until you've had your first taste of a crazy bitch that makes your life absolutely fucking miserable, you don't have an idea how miserable they'll make you. And
gosh.
people will lie their ass off directly to you on a phone. But when you've got an email that says, hey, I told you your horse has a swollen knee, this is what we've done, you agreed to it, you said we could take him to the vet, blah, 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 you can't deny what's in writing. You can't deny what's on video. The video saved your ass, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't deny what's in photo. So I document. But we've got so good now, Tricia, at smelling crazy bitches. When we go to take a horse in training, we have a list of about 20 questions. And one of the key ones for me is, and we ask them all these things, okay? But one of the key ones for me is I'll say, hey, this academy program, it's a lot of work. We're riding them a couple of hours a day. It's pretty strenuous on them, but, you're going to get a well-trained horse. But, you understand that horses can die, correct? I just say it like that, and then I just stop. I want to be dead silent. And I want their response to be, yeah, horses can die, Clinton, but I know you take real good care of them. And I want their response to be, now, if something does die, can I bring you another one? I want their rockin' response. If they say, what do you mean they can die? When was the last one that died? Like, if they start freaking out, I just cut them off right there.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate you, but this ain't going to work out. Again, I haven't had a fucking horse die in fucking 15 years. You get what I'm saying? But I want to present that question because I want to know how crazy this bitch, I want to flush the crazy bitch out.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh,
because I've had them go insane over the dumbest shit in the world. Because especially in my world where I made my money, I'm dealing with the beginner of the beginner. These people are entry level.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So I'm not dealing with seasoned horse people, but understand a horse will get an abscess every once in a while. It'll be three-legged lame. It'll look like its legs fucking broke. And you bust the abscess and it'll be sound the next day.
Well, and even the performance horses, there's just...
Very
horses,
much so.
And horses are just inherently dumb by, as far as getting themselves into dumb situations.
And especially the more
Young
wealthier,
horses
the more
and stuff.
expensive they are, the quicker they try to kill themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I had my ranch in Stephenville, we had a lot of horses on the ranch and trained a lot of academy horses. And she came to me and said, hey, we got a problem with the horse. You know what I'd say to myself in my head? Please, God, let it be mine.
Oh,
you know why I'd say that? Because when it's mine, I can deal with it. I'll fix it. We'll get it down. But when I have to make that phone call to somebody else,
Yeah.
That's when it makes it harder. Okay, so you're basically training backyard pieces of shit, doing some barrel racing, you're in your early 20, well, you're late, 19, 20, 21, somewhere in there. You're bringing your kid to the barn, Mexicans babysitting as well, and you're basically supporting yourself through training horses.
Yeah.
All day, every day, basically.
Because, I did work, like, I worked in some restaurants or, like, little stuff like that. But then you learn, like, when you talk about, like, giving, like, the beginners and stuff. So I'm like, I could go give lessons for $50 an hour.
Yes.
Or I could work all freaking week at the restaurant for peanuts.
Very much so.
I think at that time I didn't really like to teach, because I think when you're that young and you're teaching, you have to deal with a lot of pushback, because people always just assume you don't know anything because you're young.
Good
so point. You have to kind of deal with that. So I didn't love teaching at that time, but it was just the best way to make money.
Yeah, you gotta eat.
So yeah, and I think too with I ended up pushing more towards like doing the lessons, because you have so much less overhead on lessons versus the training, where the more that you get, the more it costs.
Yeah.
So just trying to kind of figure out the business
there's way
side
more
of that.
money. There's way more money in teaching. Why do you think I went teaching?
Yeah.
I wanted to be a horse trainer when I came to America. But I quickly figured out there was nowhere near the money in horse training that I could make out of teaching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Teaching was way more money. Like you said, at $50 an hour to give a lesson back in those days. Well, you don't get paid $50 a ride.
No.
If you could get paid $50 a ride, there might have been money in riding horses.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, let's take a break now. Let's freshen up the tape, freshen up a cocktail, and let's come back with a new chapter of picking that up there, of you making a living, and kind of we'll move on from there.
Real Cow is the most realistic mechanical cow on the market. It has the feel of a live cow, all at the touch of a button. Its unique rubber track allows it to run smoothly over any surface, and it has the battery power to work horses all day. Real Cow Training Systems makes mechanical cows for cutting, reined cow horse, and calf roping. NCHA and NRCHA top competitors are using Real Cow in their everyday training programs. Join the list of competitors who use the Real Cow by visiting realcowtraining.com to find out more. Mention you heard about us on Clinton Anderson's Uncut and Real Raw Podcast for additional discounts.
Every trainer's looking for an edge on their competition. Whether it's a better horse, better way to train it. But really, in reality, all the trainers have got access to great horses. All the trainers are doing a lot of the same techniques. To me, the next greatest edge on competition, whether you're reining, cutting, cow horse, eventing, or racing, is keeping your horses sound and ready for competition. For the last 4 years, I've been sparring my horses by Cold Creek Equine Spa, and I spar them for 20 minutes every day after I ride them at 36 degrees. It ices down all 4 legs. What a game changer. My vet bills have been cut back by 50%. My horse's soundness has been gone through the roof, okay? People think that spas are expensive. It'll pay for itself just on saving on vet bills in the first 18 months. Spas have been around for a long time, but for years they've been junk. They are broken more than they actually work. You needed to be like a plumbing engineer to make the some bitches work. Cold Creek Equine are using the latest technology, industrial strength machines that are basically maintenance free. Anybody can operate this thing. Even me as a horse trainer, I can operate it. And more than anything, it stays working. Go to their website, check them out. It's a game changer. In the next 10 years, if you're a professional horse trainer, if you don't have a spa, you will be left behind on your equine soundness. This episode is brought to you in part by Breaking Bad, the hottest new NCHA futurity sire. Okay, Tricia, we're back after the break, mate. So you're basically trying to not starve yourself to death. You're training every piece of shit that'll walk
Definitely starving, though.
Yeah, but you're trying to make a living. You're hustling, okay? You're leasing stalls in Dallas or south of Dallas, you said. Who are you? Let's get back to the horsemanship part of it. Are you trying to learn from anybody? Are you still reading books? Are you going to any clinics? Are you still just kind of stumbling through the dark? Talk to me about the horsemanship part of it. Do you have a desire to learn? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I definitely would go and ride with some people, but just random when I could afford it.
Yep.
If I could go take a lesson with somebody. But most of it, I think, was just watching and, people that would come through and ride and just kind of That's the craziest thing looking back, because you're always like, well, how did I even figure some of this out? But I think it's just literally trial and error. And I had at this point so many horses. So like in my early 20s, I mean, I was pretty well known for problem horses, which is not what you want to be known for as you get older.
Yeah.
But at that time, I mean, if it had some kind of crazy problem, like I was just the one that could fix it.
Yeah.
I wasn't scared of anything. So then you just, you just figure out how to do it, and you need the money, so you figure. My attitude was
when I was in Australia, I used to be a horse trainer, and I used to fix problem horses mainly. And my attitude was, I didn't give a fuck how bad the horse was. My attitude was, this is the bill. Can you afford it? Will you pay it? And if the answer was yes, I said, bring him along. It could be the biggest piece of shit in the world that'd kill you. I didn't give a shit. I was starving. I needed the money.
And
so as long as they'd pay their bill, I said, yes, sir, and thank you for bringing it. I'm thankful that you showed up.
Yeah.
Because I was starving,
And the worst thing, too, is it's almost like a double-edged sword, right? Because, like, from here, looking back, that, like, that type of client is the most difficult client. Like, for that $1,000 or, at this time it's probably like $650.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money to them. And so they're expecting you to literally work
I'll sound like a real asshole when I say this, but fuck it, it's my podcast. The cheaper the cost, the more problems with the customer.
100%.
Okay, so when I used to do clinics in the early years, I would charge like, $400 for a 3-day clinic, okay? And then when I bumped it up to like $750 for a 3-day clinic, I got a lot better horses showing up and a lot more people that were more serious.
Yes.
When I bumped it up to $1,500 for a 3-day clinic, I noticed the horses got way better again and the customers got a lot more serious. So I know I sound like a rich asshole now, but it is what it is. The cheaper you charge, the more problems as a general rule the customers will give you. The more you charge, as a general rule, you'll get less trouble out of the customers and a better quality of horse.
For sure.
Now, there's always some fucking lady who'll send me an email. I was poor and I never gave any trouble. Well, fuck you. Just because you're the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
People always think because they're the exception to the rule, it doesn't mean the rule doesn't exist. The rule's still the rule. A broken clock is still right twice a fucking day. You know what I mean? So that is very much true. The cheaper you charge, as a general rule, you'll hear more bitching, more problems, etc. I'm not saying that rich people...
And the horses are also, like, more dangerous.
Very much so.
So a lot of times when they're calling you, it's because they broke something.
Yes.
Or, kicked somebody or just some running off.
Like you said, I got a reputation too in Australia for fixing those horses. But with me, I was poor and I needed the money, but I actually loved the problem horses. I got off on them because I loved the challenge that nobody else could fix them. But after I did that for like 4 or 5 years, where every horse is a big pile of shit and you're having to fix it, I kind of got burnt out on that point.
Yeah.
And then when I got a chance to ride a really good horse, and actually Mindy, my Australian horse mare, she was the first really well-bred horse that had a lot of talent and try. When I first started her and rode her, I was like, holy shit, it can be this easy? It can be this good? When I got my first taste of a horse with talent, it was like, fuck these problem ones.
Yeah.
Fuck these untalented pieces of shit. I want this. It's kind of like once you get a taste of fucking driving a Porsche, you ain't going back to the fucking Honda Civic. You know what I mean? You like that? You get what I'm saying? So, but the good thing about having all those problem horses, Tricia, is that's what got me through all those tours and clinics. I was, call me arrogant, I don't give a fuck, but I knew whatever walked through the gate, I could handle.
Yeah.
Because at my tours and clinics, we never pre-screened the horses. We never pre-screened them. We never made sure the good ones showed up. It literally, anything could walk in that gate. And I had confidence through all those years of working with those bad horses that I could do it. So I'm glad I did all it. Do I want to go back to it again? Never. But I always tell my students, you have to work with turds in the beginning. You have to work with a lot of shitty horses in the beginning because it'll build your skill set as a horseman. But there will be a point in your career where, I hate to say it like this, but it's the truth, you almost start hating on horses because you're just dealing with the shit every day that you get resentful towards them. I got a girl right now that's my assistant, and she's riding a lot. She's Paul from Mississippi, rode a lot of fucking trash. And the last one she got off, I said, okay, from now on, you don't need to be riding shitty horses anymore because you're starting to hate on them.
Yeah.
You got to like these animals. And they get, I remember getting burnt out on problem horses where you kind of get to fucking hating on them and you don't even realize you're getting like that. And so once you get to that point, you got to quit working. Sorry horses will actually make you sorrier as a horseman.
Big time.
Because they'll change your attitude. You agree or disagree?
And also your riding. Because, you know, when you're riding good horses, especially for what we do, you know, you're having to pull on them a lot and you're having to school on them and you're just having to do all these things that you don't need to do at all on one that's
wants to do
good
it
and wants to do it. And so I think, like, as I'm learning at this point, I kind of start to pick barrel racing as like, okay, you know, I love eventing, but there's a ribbon or there's a check.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna like, okay, I really want to stick with this barrel racing. But then it almost got to the point where it was like I was learning bad things. Like I was a really good rider, but my hands weren't good. I didn't have that like finesse that you need to learn to really be successful in that, in really anything. And I think riding English really helped me. But then right when I was early 20s, I moved up to like North Texas to like Aubrey area, and I worked for Tom McCutcheon. And so I joke because I'm like, one of the best things that I learned there was, you know, I rode for him, and I only worked part-time. I was down the road, so I would like trade out so I could swim my barrel horses in the afternoons.
Fair.
So when I would go, you know, from the reining side, you have to have everything loose, no posting. Like I would ride these young studs that were, you know, pretty energetic, and you're not getting a hold of nothing. Like it is, these are, you know, you're warming them up for the trainer, but they're expensive, and you know, they're just like, you got to ride them through it. And just to learn, it really, I think, changed a lot of my training technique, because I needed to learn like how to just be okay with that.
With them not pulling on you?
And coming from the English where you constantly have contact.
Right.
So it was very unsettling when
to
you're
not
like
have
control,
that security
control,
pulling
control,
on their mouth,
and then you have nothing. You just pitch it to them. And I can still hear the lady yelling at me to stop posting. Like,
yeah.
So like, I think that it really was a good skill for me to learn that, because like I noticed as I got older, like I just was way more comfortable just letting the horse be, you know, and I think that really kind of shaped my riding as I got older.
If you can't get a horse to walk, trot, and canter on a loose rein, you don't have much there.
Well, you know, we ride barrel horses. So.
I know, but I still say it, and I'll still beat up on you bitches. If you can't get a horse to walk, trot, and canter on a loose rein without building speed, you don't have much there.
It's tricky, because I heard a little clip of your podcast with Chad. We're talking about like them being more broke. Okay, so I kind of went through stages with this, because what was happening is I really appreciate a broke horse from riding like cutters and reiners, but then when I would go to compete, let's say I was like, oh, I need to make an adjustment. Well, I'd go to make an adjustment. Well, I'd get 3 feet instead of 3 inches.
Yeah.
Well, you're out. You lost. You're done, you know? And so then I had to learn to like
refine,
get them broke, and then back them off, so that they could, I guess, interpret differently, not be as
one of the best things that I ever that I heard to describe a barrel racing horse. I'd like to hear your opinion if you think you agree with it or disagree with it. A great barrel racing horse is a controlled runaway. You agree with that statement?
Mostly,
or not?
yeah. So
a controlled runaway.
When we went to Fort Worth, one of the girls was telling me, they were like, okay, when you get in the alley, like, you need to do this and kind of think here and think there. And I just, like, and they say the same thing at the finals, too. And it made me laugh, because I was like, I like that y'all think I have this much control. Like, this sucker weighs 1,300 pounds, and I'm in an O-ring, and if he shook his head, it would fall off. Like, I mean, you could pull it off of his face.
Yeah, you speed kills. So you guys are teeter-tottering on a disaster because you've got to run that fast.
Yeah.
I get
you need to be fearless.
Yes.
The same as you race. If I was racing motorcycles, like as soon as you start to have that fear, you're never going to be.
Here's
at
what
the
I tell
very
people
top.
though: the speed just amplifies whatever is fucked up going slower.
100%.
Whatever stiffness you've got, whatever unbrokenness, whatever hole you have in your foundation, speed just puts a magnifying glass on it.
Oh, for
speed
sure.
just amplifies it 10 times. So my attitude is, if you can't get the basics right and pretty damn good at a walk, trot, and a slow lope, obviously everything's going to fall apart at a faster pace, especially a fucking gallop. Now, that doesn't mean you got to go slow forever. At some point, you've got to test it out. At some point, you've got to know, what have I got? When I hit 9,000 RPMs, what the fuck's going to happen? And you know, some people, it seems like people either fall into two categories. They're either running 9,000 RPMs all the fucking time, and they should be doing a lot more slow work, or they keep them slow forever. And the only time they go at 9,000 RPM is when they go compete, and they wonder what falls apart.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to teeter-totter between the two. Would you agree or disagree?
For sure. I think too. It's just I think in barrel racing it's hard because you're riding the minnow line. So you need them to be trained, but you need them to be self-thinkers, and then like you really need that little bit of like arrogance, you know, just that little, that I always joke like with the Adios, because I'm like, you feel that sucker stick his chest out and be like, let's get it, you know? And like he has so much confidence, and that makes a great competitor, you know, because I feel like too with stallions, it's like you're constantly riding the line, because if you can have that stallion or any horse that works beautiful, but don't have that spark to push them over the line a little bit, you know?
Yeah. And especially with what you're doing, you're running the wheels off them. You're not just fucking pony loping. You're like cowboys and Indians fucking escaping, you know, going to the mental farm. You know, you're running, okay? Let's back up a little bit. So all through your mid-20s, you're still just training horses?
No, then I go to college.
You go to college. So what age did you say, fuck this horse deal and I want to go to school?
I think I was probably like 24, 23, 24.
What mentally happened to you that you said, I want to change?
I'm not making enough money.
You're not making enough money with these pieces of shit horses?
Yeah, and so I...
Were you getting burnt out with them at all? Were you getting tired of dealing with that type of horse?
Some, and just wanting to be more... Just wanting to be like, so I mean, at that level too, you have a lot of clients that have a lot of money that you see that are like, you know, spending money on all these things, living this great life or whatever. And then you're just like, gosh dang, I'm starving.
Yeah.
You know? And so you're like, how do I get to there? Like, how do I get to the other side of this? And so, in my mind, I was like, well, I'm going to go to college, and then I'm going to have a real job, and then I'm going to pay for my horses.
Fair enough.
So I was like, we're going to switch gears. Hindsight, that didn't all work out.
I get that, but I just want to know the mental thinking behind it.
I do still advocate for college in some aspects, as far as like.
How about education?
So
it is education.
I went to so my major is in construction engineering. So even though I technically don't use that, there's a lot of things I learned through that process that have been really good. So like in college, I didn't know I was going to go.
Where did you go to college then?
University of North Texas.
Okay. And how were you feeding yourself while you were going through college? What were you doing for
riding
money?
horses.
Riding horses still. So you rode horses during college, after work, etc.
Yeah. Like
your Mexican lady still taking care of your son?
So at this point, my son is living with his grandparents, and so that's a whole other story. But anyway, through the divorce and custody fights and all the things, like, and that was the thing, like when I was young, I just have no money to fight anything. Yeah. You know, you just don't have the money. You could spend and spend and spend, and it's all you got. So through this, and then, you know, and I think that's a big driving force too, where I was like, okay, I want my life to be better. Like, I want to be able to afford whatever it is that I want to do, because this sucks. And so, through college, though, I didn't know I was going to go specifically into engineering. So when you go into engineering, you have prerequisites that have prerequisites. So you're constantly like have all these like gaps in your schedule. So I took a ton of psychology and marketing classes.
Okay.
And so, and legal classes too. I really enjoyed doing that. And so like when you keep your, I was eligible for grants and stuff. So when you keep your schedule full, you can keep getting grant money to go to college. And then I had a pretty nice barrel horse at the time that I sold, and I cried when they loaded him up, but he helped pay for the rest of college.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah.
So
you did 4 years of college then?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you enjoy the process overall?
Yes and no, because the cool thing about UNT is they have a main campus, which is like what you think of a TV show in college, and it's like, I'm sure that there's parts that are not like that, so don't come at me on the internet. But they, it's like the party, and they're like
The party, the
passing out
good-looking
condoms.
people, the good-looking men and women,
Yeah.
all the shit on the movies, yeah.
Okay. Then they have another campus that's for engineering, and it's called Discovery Park. And that is like, the professors they all run their own businesses. They have like their own construction companies and stuff. They're teaching. It's way more of like real life. It's hard as hell. So you're the people that you're in school with, you're really trying to get through these classes. So it's like really difficult. So it's just a way different mentality on that side of it. And I really enjoyed over there where it's like you can learn anything you want to learn. Like they have all the skills labs if you want to learn to do drawing or CAD programs, or you can literally do anything you want to learn. And so I enjoyed that side. The regular college, like I don't want to be in a sorority. I'm not interested in any, like I would get so mad when you have classes that are, you have to have attendance. It's to your letter grade. And so they'll be like, well, if you miss 3 days, we knock you down a letter grade. And I'm like, I paid for this.
Yeah.
I feel like if I could get an A in the class, I should just get my damn A. Not, well, you missed 3 days because you were at a horse show.
Yeah.
So
Fair enough.
it was a little tricky to get through that stuff, but I rode all through college. So, I mean.
Were you getting any better type of horses?
Yeah, all barrel horses. Still problem horses, but.
Barrel racing.
Barrel horses are better because they don't take as much riding.
So let me
some
find
of
that out then. So at what point did you start getting a reputation that you could take just barrel horses to train rather than just problem backyard piece of shit? You know what I mean? Like at what point did you start really focusing on the barrel? I suppose what I'm trying to ask is, did you make a conscious decision like, okay, I really like this barrel racing. Mm-hmm. This is what I want to do. This is how I want to make a living, or this is at least what I want to do for my hobby. Even though at what point did you say, this is the direction I want to go? Do you remember that?
I think I'm in my early 20s, because I feel like when I had the split barn and I had 5 eventers and I had 5 barrel horses. Mm-hmm. So I had a lot of horses, and it's so much money. I mean, I would blow $2,500 in a weekend to go do the eventing, and then I'm the only person without a groom and the only person without a big trainer, and I think I still did good, but I think realizing it was going to take so much more money to be on that side of it. And so that's where I was like, okay, I think I'm going to sell these horses, try to focus on this and get better. And at this time I had definitely some horses. I had a stud horse that definitely should not have been a stud. And all the things. I'm just learning all the.
We've skipped a little bit about who exposed you to the 3-day eventing. Where did you get that bug, or where did you get exposed to that part?
I think just at the English barns, being around friends and stuff that mostly did that. When we moved to Texas, there wasn't really a lot of people that did Western stuff. It was mostly the English side. Okay. And so any of my friends and stuff were big into jumping, and my dad did the Western stuff, but I don't really know. I can't even think of any when I was a kid and stuff of kids that were doing that stuff, even through high school.
Did you learn is there anything from doing those 3-day events, is there anything from that industry that still sticks with you today that you moved over to the barrel racing or over to your general horsemanship? Anything over there you brought with you?
I think just understanding what true collection is. Okay. Because I feel in our industry that's way overlooked. Mm-hmm. Or understanding how it feels to have a horse that moves through the bridle, right, and not. I feel I always say it's kind of artificially broke, because you'll get Western horses that are soft, but they're behind the bit, mm-hmm, or they're a little bit reactive. And I think as a trainer now, I always say, well, you don't get in your truck and not touch the steering wheel. Right. Why can't I touch the steering wheel on my horse? Is mm-hmm how I look at it. And I just think that a lot of the English side of that probably really came over. And then I think fearless, because I mean, eventing is like
you gotta have some balls, don't you?
Pretty hardcore.
Yeah, you gotta have some balls to jump over the fucking shit.
Because you're like pitching it to them and like jumping over things that don't move.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, but pretty cool, man. So you get through college and you get graduated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now at this point, are you thinking go get a city job? What are you thinking at this point?
So I actually did. I got hired on out of college for a company called Lane.
So you would have been what, 28 by now?
27.
27.
Yeah,
okay.
I think. And so what's funny though is I did my interview on the phone at BFA at the Bureau of Futurities of America. I was competing. And so at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm going to make money. And I got hired on and I had a great job. I loved that job. And
what was it doing?
Construction estimating and like going to job sites. And the cool thing about Lane is it's a very large corporation. And so I love places where you get paid to learn. So like any software I wanted to learn, anything, like you could just ask for it and you get access to it and you can like self-teach yourself, or they have places you can go and learn. And I really love the construction stuff. So
why do you love it?
I don't know. I think I like that it changes all the time. I think that's the same thing I love about horses too, is that it's just the challenge of it.
But who gave you that bug? Your dad wasn't into construction, was he?
No, I have
so
no
where
idea.
do you get this construction bug?
No clue. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just trying to make the connection.
Yeah, I have no clue. I joke though, because I'm like, a lot of things in my life I probably only have because of that. So I am very good at regularly biting off more than I can chew and
then not killing yourself to swallow it.
Yes. So
Me too.
Lots of things that I have built and learned to do. I just am like, if I can't get somebody to do it for me, I'm going to figure out how to do it myself.
Breaking Bad is a 2020 Stallion by Stevie Ray Vaughan, out of the all-time leading broodmare Sweet Abra. He is dual-registered AQHA and APHA, and is 6-panel NN. At just 6 years old, he's already earned over $230,000 and is still showing. He is nominated to the major NCHA and NRCHA Stallion programs, and is part of the new Legacy Bonus, which has an estimated payout of $1 million. To be paid at the NCHA Futurity. For more information or to request your breeding contract, contact Beau Gallion Stallion Services or Fultz Ranch at 806-672-6039.
Valley Equine Reproduction is a premier equine breeding facility located in Stephenville, Texas. I've worked with the team there multiple times and had nothing but great experiences. Formerly known as the Brazos Valley Stallion Station, they offer everything. They manage over 45 stallions, including some of the most renowned in the industry. They offer mare care and breeding services, foaling out services, a recent mare program, sales fitting, and rehabilitation services. Plus, their Super Stallion Incentive Program has awarded substantial payouts. In 2024, the program paid out $1.4 million across the NCHA and NRCHA. If you're in the breeding business, you have to check out Valley Equine Reproduction. Visit them online at valleyequinerepro.com or give them a call at 254-485-8280. This episode is brought to you in part by Silver Spurs Equine, home of the $1 million challenge. You take that job and you're still riding a few barrel horses after work?
Yeah, so when I first got hired on, I had still a lot of horses. So I was working, I'd leave the house at like 6 in the morning, I'd get home at like 6:30 at night, and then I would go to the barn and I'd ride till like 1 in the morning.
Okay.
And yeah, because to me, I had made those commitments to those clients, and even though it drastically changed, I still felt obligated and loyal to that I needed to finish what I was doing with them. So I worked on like starting to phase that stuff out. And at this time I had a younger stallion. So he was in training. I sent him to a trainer.
You bought this horse somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay,
just off the internet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you buy a prospect is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. For barrel racing.
And I think So we're going to back up just a tiny bit more.
Okay.
So the last year of college, I was pretty much over the horses, the horse business, all the things.
You were a little burnt out, were you?
I was a little burnout. And so I made a New Year's resolution to go on one trip a month for my senior year because I figured this is probably like my last hurrah at anything, right? So I ended up going on like 36 trips.
What do you mean trips?
Like
Doing
I
what?
would go like hiking. I learned how to do canyoneering. Like I would go like to Zion and Banff and Mexico, and I've been all over like Lake Powell and pretty much all over the United States, and like did way different things. And at this time, that horse was in training.
things.
Not horse things. Yeah. And so then
What do you think burnt you out on the horses? Do you think
clients.
Yes. Yeah. I was just going to say, was it the people or the horses?
People. It's always the
Tell me
people.
why you think, and this is a very common because most horse trainers love the horses but hate the clients. So why do you think it's common to get burnt out from the people? What do you think is the most, I know maybe your barrel racing industry is different from other parts of the horse industry.
Not at all,
but
yeah.
what do you think is the common theme that makes the human part such an exhausting part?
I think it's a combination of like, and I still feel this. I don't even ride for the public, and I haven't in years. But like, you almost feel like unappreciated because you know the time that you have in that horse, and it's so frustrating sometimes because people have this unrealistic timeline, and the horses don't follow any sort of timeline, you know, or people compare horses. So it's like, well, this horse is doing it this way. Why can't this horse? It's like they're not even remotely similar, or they learn differently, or one learns slower.
Or they don't have the talent.
Or they just can't, you know. Our industry all the time, they're like, it's a 1D horse, like a prospect, and it's like not even close, you know. And I'm like, but the flip side, not everybody wants that horse.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why they market them that way.
So you think that a lot of the frustration between humans is the unrealistic goals of the customer? Would you say
I
that?
would say that's probably the biggest one because, I mean, if you're putting in all this time and money and effort into something and then it's not turning out what you want it to be, then the clients get frustrated. And, you know, especially I have always gravitated more towards the futurity horses. So, I mean, you have a very long time into that to get them ready to go.
It's kind of funny. I've always said this about the horse industry. It almost, I'm going to sound bad when I say it, but fuck it. But the horse industry almost rewards horse trainers to be dishonest, and I'll tell you why.
That's how they get paid.
That's how they get paid.
Yeah.
But the clients almost reward the trainers for being dishonest, and here's why. I can't tell you how many times that I've fired a horse and said it's not good enough, okay, for what they want to do. They've told me, I want this type of horse. So you fire the horse because you say, I don't want to waste your money because it's not going to do what you want it to do. Thinking that I'm doing them a favor, thinking that I'm helping them, thinking that I'm taking care of their checkbook. But I'm not amazed anymore, but for a long time I was, how many people actually got upset about that and
So
got pissy about it.
Yeah.
And took that horse to another trainer. The other trainer said, yeah, bring him on in.
Unicorn.
You come, bring him on in.
Yeah.
And they spent another year's worth of training bills.
And it's the
ended
exact
up
same
getting
horse.
fired again. And some of them would send it to another fucking trainer.
Yeah.
Okay. But they ended up spending another year's worth of training. You lost the customer. They lost another year's worth of training bills. And it's like I should have just shut my mouth and told them what they wanted to hear and kept taking the training money. Because it's like they don't reward. I've said this on social media before. If your horse trainer fires your horse, hug him.
Yeah.
Go up and tell him thank you. Because there's no incentive for horse trainers to be honest because they lose money. When a horse leaves a barn, they get less money in. So when a horse trainer is honest enough to tell you this horse is not going to walk, he's coming from a place of taking care of you. He's coming from a place to do it. What I've learnt now, and I don't know how you feel about it, I'll try to educate a new customer one time only. Mm-hmm. So the first time I tell them not to do something or take this horse or whatever, or don't, by 30 years of experience, if they don't do it, I just smile and say, hey, you do whatever you want. I just make a mental note, Clinton, don't fuck with them anymore. Don't try to educate them anymore. Just, if they want to spend the money, take the fucking money and move on. Where before I used to try to keep educating them, keep helping them, keep trying to save them money. I don't do that anymore. Fuck them. If you don't want to listen up front for somebody that's got 30 years of experience doing this on how to make money in horses, and you can accuse me of a lot of things, but even my haters can say this motherfucker's good at making money.
Yeah.
That I'm real good at that. I'm never
Yeah.
going to win the futurity, but I sure can write a hell of a fucking check from the horse industry. That part I'm real good at making money on horses. So when they don't listen to me on that, I just smile now and I just write them off. I'm polite, I'll take their money, but I don't try to help them one little bit, because if you think you're going to be smarter than me when I've been doing this my whole fucking career and you're going to outsmart me on a deal, I'll let you think that.
But so many people don't listen, or even when they call you and they tell you their situation. So I do a lot of consulting now, and they'll call you and tell you their situation, and you can tell them like, hey, these are the ones I would sell. This is what I would do if I was trying to, like, basically let's turn the ship around.
Yes.
And I tell them every time, someone will take your money.
Yeah.
Someone will take your
Very
money.
much so.
It could be an absolute piece of shit. Someone will take your money.
See, here's what's funny about the consulting. So I've been doing more of it the last couple of years, and I actually enjoy it.
I do too.
I charge $500 an hour, and that just freaks people out that I would charge $500 an hour.
It saves them like
And it
10
saves them
years
thousands
of
and thousands
stuff.
of dollars.
Yes.
Okay. And most of the time, I only need them for an hour. I
Yes.
can answer all their questions in an hour. We do it over a Zoom call. I can answer all their questions. And I always tell them, I'm either going to make you thousands of dollars in that hour, or I'm going to save you thousands of dollars, or sometimes both. Okay, so it's been very successful, and I actually enjoy doing it because it's mainly about making money, saving money, the horse industry. I don't do it over, why does my horse bite me on the ass? I can't do training questions. I'm so burnt out on that shit. I don't do it over that. So it's got to be business related, money related, stuff like that. And what's funny is, if they don't take my advice in a consulting call, I don't get upset about it because I was paid $500 for that hour.
Yeah,
Does that make sense? But when I'm
Absolutely.
giving out free advice and you're not paying me, and then you don't take the advice, I'm like, fuck you. That's the last free advice you get out of me.
Yeah. And no, it's crazy on the consulting stuff is, because I charge $250 an hour. And it's really crazy because can you imagine, like, when we were younger, what if we could have
Yes.
talked
Gone
to somebody
the top
like
guy
that
in our industry.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I it's funny because, like, so I get a little bit of shit from peers and stuff over it, and I'm like, do you know how awesome it would be to be able to, like, pick up the phone and just talk to somebody? And and right now, like, I'm rodeoing, so, like, I have lots of windshield time. So, like, I did one on the way here, and I'm like, while I'm driving anyway, and I always love to see the other side because it does teach you a lot about people and about their perspective on things and how it all ties back into my marketing and my stuff too. So I'm like, you really are able to learn a lot from both sides, and you're helping somebody save tons of money. I mean, I've had people, like, one lady called me and they wanted to take out a mortgage on their house to buy a stallion. And it was like, it had already been passed around a little bit. Like, it was a whole thing. And I was like, do not do this. Like, it is not some grand money-making scheme. Like, you really got to have a niche market for this stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, they were willing to put up their house for this. And that boat's sinking.
Oh yeah. There's a guy, I'm not going to say what industry he's in. It could be reining, cutting, or cows. I'm not going to say what industry. I'm not going to say the trainer's name. He didn't give me permission. But I had a trainer that started a subscription-based business, like my club. I've got 10,000 members that pay me $40 a month to be part of my club. That's how I make my money, okay? And he started a subscription-based horse training deal. He called me up. I told him how to do it, who to hire, websites, cameramen. I gave him 25 years of trade secrets for $500, okay? And I admire the guy for being humble enough to do it. When I got off the phone, my girlfriend said, do you really give him that? I said, yeah. She said, this is amazing that you would actually give him 25 years worth of resources that I had to find these professionals, find these people. If I could have called up the number one guy in the clinician business 30 years ago and said, will you answer these questions honestly? Will you tell me how to do this and save me all the heartache, all the trouble, all the problems for $500? Fuck, I would have paid. I've hired consultants before and paid them $2,000 an hour and been happy to do it.
Yes.
$2,000 an hour. and been happy to do it because they're saving me so much fucking money. It's not unbelievable. But what I find so amusing about the horse industry, when I first released the consulting part and I said I charge $500 an hour, people lost their shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like I just stole their firstborn child. You know, it's kind of like the old joke. I don't know if you've heard this before. Is there's a guy that's got a factory, and a very important piece of this equipment in this factory breaks down. Well, the whole factory's shut down. He can't produce what he needs, and he hires 4 or 5 mechanics to come in, and nobody can fix this piece of machinery. So finally, he hires another mechanic, and the mechanic comes in and looks around the machine and gets up underneath the machine and sticks his hand up under there and feels something and kind of goes back to his toolbox and gets a screw and goes back under there and screws this little thing back in. And he says to the guy, hit the green button, see if it works now. And hits the green button and the machine starts up. So the guy goes over to his toolbox and gets out a receipt book and charges him $5,000 and hands it to the boss, the owner. And the boss says, what the fuck? You just charged me $5,000. He said, no. I charged you $4,990. I charged you $1 for the screw. And $4,999 for the 25 years of experience it took me to know what the fuck was wrong with that machine.
For sure.
That's what people don't understand. Yeah, it was $1 screw that fixed it. But he had 5 other mechanics that couldn't fix the motherfucker.
Yeah.
And how much money did he lose that week by not having that machine going?
Yeah.
For me, I've always paid consultants to help me with my businesses.
It saves so much
I
time.
always have done that because I figured out when I came to America, you don't have to be the smartest guy in the world. You just have to be willing to hire the smartest people in the world. So anything that I wasn't good at, and there was a lot that I wasn't good at, whatever I could afford, I would afford the best person in that industry to get me what I wanted.
Yep.
And it got me very quickly to go where I wanted to go. Because why do I want to stumble around the fucking dark for? I don't. Now, as I got more money, I could hire better consultants, better people, better marketing, better everything. But that was never a foreign concept to me. Pay somebody that knows more than me to help me get to the finish line now. But oh my God, when I told people it was $500 an hour, they absolutely lost their shit.
What
do you think that is? What do you think the horse industry loses their shit about people making money?
It's so bad. So we really recently had this deal where, so my page is pretty crazy and my horse has got his own fan club and it's amazing. And so we'll auction off some tack sets from the finals. Well, I've auctioned off 2 of them, and one went for $7,600 and the other one for $7,500. And people freak out. And I'm just like, well, I don't know why you freak out. It's years and years and years of marketing and building a story and then going and doing all the things that I said I was going to do and building this brand around this horse. So. And I'm like, and if somebody has the money and they want to spend it on that, cool.
Very much so.
Cool. Glad I could. I signed the little ticket and put the little care package
and the people that paid that were happy to pay it.
They were so excited. Made their day, yeah.
There's a lot of stigma, and I've tried to change it with this podcast because we talk about money a lot on this podcast, okay? I wanted to change the culture in the Western industry to get rid of this fucking stigma about making money. But there was always this stigma, you couldn't talk about money. If you made money, you weren't for the horse. Everybody wants you to die broke in a single wide trailer because then you did it for the horse.
Horse trainers.
You know what I mean? It's I want to change the culture to celebrate making money, celebrate doing well in the horse industry, celebrate getting to retire with a decent bank account.
And how do you, how many trainers do you know that retire? And that was the thing. When I did my consult call, that he was a kid that he's wanting to train horses and the cow horse stuff. And we talked about that because I was like, and I told him when I was younger, when I was in college, I went and did this deal, and I'm like, the girl was riding a bunch of horses and couldn't afford air conditioning in her truck. And I was like, I'm not going to be like this.
Yeah. I was always scared to die alone and broke.
Yeah.
Especially the broke part, because I'm not married and I don't have any children. So it's my money that's going to keep me in a nursing home. Does that make sense? All jokes aside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's my money that's going to take care of me when I get old, because I don't have children. I don't have any family here. If everything goes the way it should, my parents will be long gone. You know what I mean? I got to rely on me.
Yep.
And I was always scared to be broke and fucking homeless. So I was always driven to make money because I knew that had to be my plan B to take care of myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and I think even the flip side, so a slightly different angle for me, but you see a lot of people that are in this and their husbands have a lot of money or they're financing it that way. And I was like, I never want to be in a situation where
you're leveraged.
I'm like, if I'm somewhere, it's because I want to be there. And if I want to go buy something, I want to just go buy it, and I think that's such a great discussion for our industry because I get a lot of pushback on that. And for me, I'm like, okay, so, last year I rodeoed. The year before that, I have futurity horses. I have Adios, who does great. Before this, I had in 2020 one of my first futurity mares. She won $240,000 her futurity year, and then after that, I had two more sets of the next 2 years, and they won about $100,000 between them. Not great, good horses, really good horses, but not like that weapon that I'm needing. And then I get to Adios, and I have him and another mare that I'm running, and it makes me laugh because I'm like, they tell me that I need 10 horses to show up with 10 horses, and I need to ride for the public, and they tell me all these things that I need to do, and I'm like, but I had 2 horses. I won $600,000. I was never tired. I enjoyed messing around with my horses.
And you can put a lot more time into them.
So much more time.
You can never outrun a training barn, meaning that having too many horses, it's like a treadmill you can't get off.
Yeah.
Because you never get through them all every day. So you're always behind all the time.
Yep.
And you're always if you like training horses, you're always slightly pissed off because horse trainers want to go to bed at night feeling like you got something done. But when you only get 3/4 of the barn ridden every day and the next day you're playing catch up and the next, it wears you down. So you can't outrun it. Let's back up a little bit here. You get out of college, you've got a job. What happens now? How long did you do this construction job for?
So the first one, about a year. And I had actually worked for another company when I was in college. So at this time, that stud is getting more popular. I'm figuring out some of the marketing and stuff. So
what was that horse's name?
Streaking Little Wayne.
Okay.
And so we actually still...
And I don't mean to be ignorant, but I don't follow the barrel racing
We
world.
still own him.
Okay.
But a kid rides him. Has been riding him for pretty well ever now. But he books, I think, 85 mares.
So did you have some success with that horse?
Yeah, I mean, not a ton at that time because I had sent him to somebody else. And so when you send your horses off, sometimes they don't come back where you need them to come back or whatever. So I had to kind of fix some of that stuff. And then at this time, though, one of the breeding farms that he had been at was it had sold or something. And so everyone was encouraging me to go take a breeding course. And they're like, just do it yourself. And he was a pretty easy stallion for that stuff. And so I ended up going to CSU, taking a breeding course, and then we stood him ourselves. And so at that time, I was like, I asked that company if I could go part-time because I'm going to make more than my whole salary just breeding mares now. And
so he must have won for you to get 85 mares bred a year. He must have won enough to where somebody wanted to breed to this horse, correct? Or what made
marketing.
people? Or just good
I'm
marketing?
learning.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So I think it's the potential of what he could do, and he went on. He's won 85,000, so he's not a tank. But he's with the kid. The kid's won way more money than I did on him though, and way better. It's way better fit for the kid because I never loved him. I thought he was a really good horse, but I didn't love how he felt in his style and stuff is just not my preference. And so I got hired on at the company I worked for in college part-time. Well, so I worked there for another year, and I still really enjoy all that stuff. Well, then COVID hits.
Okay.
Well, then everything is pretty well remote and so then at this time I'm able to really ride because I'm working remotely.
Which means you're not working at all, bitch.
So, but I could do everything at any time and submit it all. It was way better. It was a way better time for me to do that because then I could ride during the day and then just get everything submitted in the evenings, and I didn't have to worry about it.
Fair enough.
So when I got that mare, though, that
What
was
mare?
the 3 times the Fury mare.
Okay.
And so that was
so
the
where
first
did you buy
one.
her from? Okay, so let's slow down a little. You're fucking jumping all over the place here. So I'm trying to backtrack to your first horse that you have any real success with.
That would be her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her name again was what?
3 times the Fury.
3 times the Fury.
Yep.
A Fury. Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you buy her as a young horse? How did you get her?
Yeah.
Tell us how this came about.
So this is a fun story. So prior to this, I had still had a lot of really nice horses, but could never afford to keep one.
From the public, correct?
Yeah, and even a couple of my own.
Okay.
But like I had to sell one to pay for college.
Yes,
And then
yep.
I had to sell one because I couldn't afford to vet her. And, you know,
Yep.
just that kind of thing. So I'm trying to get better horses, but I'm not able to still afford to keep anything. So the 3 times the Fury, so I'm very big on pedigrees, and I had been really studying, and I had some horses that I bought like as projects that were bred this specific way. So they were by Fury of the Wind, racehorse stallion.
Okay.
And I saw that ranch posted some kind of giveaway contest or whatever. Well, this lady commented on the comments saying that she had a Fury out of a Trace mare, and I was like, this is the cross I think I need to win on.
Okay.
So I message her and I tell her I want to buy your horse. That's not for sale, of course. Mm-hmm. So she's like, I don't want to sell it. And so anyway, I'm not real good at taking no for an answer. So I'm like still convinced I'm buying this horse. So I'm like, well, just price it. You know, it's not for sale. It's not for sale. Well, I keep bugging her. Well, somebody tells her like, hey, like this girl really wants to buy your horse, and like she's going to ride it. She's going to try to, you know, like
Promote
she's
it.
serious. And so anyway, I finally convinced her to sell the horse. And then I remember because I mailed her a check. It was close to my birthday.
Did you have them, not that you have to disclose numbers, you can if you want, but did you actually have the money to pay for this horse?
Yeah.
Like, are you still
I was
fucking
trying to-
broke?
I'm still
Are you
broke.
still broke? Or where's your
I'm
head?
still broke.
Okay.
Yeah. So they wanted $17,500 for her. Okay, but at the time, I'm buying them off to the racetrack and stuff right now for like $2,500, $3,500, $4,500. So this is a
big step up for
big
you.
step for the horse, but also it's like 4 times what I've been buying them for.
Yep.
And so I rationalized this in my brain somehow because it's almost my birthday. So I was like, this is just, you know, one day.
Why let some good logic get in the way of some good emotions?
Yeah. Emotions cost money. I say that all the time. So I was like, okay, well.
Say that one more time. What was it again?
Emotions cost money.
They fucking, goddamn, that's funny. I love that.
So I always say that, you know, in this instance, I'm like, okay, I'm going to justify it this way or that way, whatever. And I just had this like gut feeling I needed this horse, which hindsight worked out really well.
Yeah, of course it did. I'm not shitting on you. I just think it's funny.
So I get this horse or whatever, and
So she's a yearling. How old is she?
she's 2.
2-year-old. Started, unstarted?
So Rodney has started her.
Who's Rodney?
This is how I get in with Rodney in South Dakota.
Okay, so you buy it, but she's a yearling when you buy her.
2-year-old.
2-year-old, but not
Yeah.
ridden yet.
She's got like 90 days on her.
90 days.
Yeah.
She's 2-year-old, 90 days of riding.
Yeah.
Okay, so you bring it home. What happens then?
Well, so I mail Amy a check. This is Shimkey Ranch, and they're a big part of my story. So I mailed them a check. Well, she don't cash it. Like, so I'm waiting like weeks. Hey, you gonna cash this check or what? Well, you know, she got like a little nick on her leg. So if you don't want her.
They haven't sent you the horse yet?
No, because it's like
Why?
wintertime in South Dakota.
Oh, so the horse is at the breakers?
Yeah.
The
And they
horse
live
is
up
at-
there too, in South Dakota.
Okay, so the horse is
It's
away
winter.
getting ridden by
Full blown
someone.
winter. So
Okay.
she's home. I get a pin.
So you didn't even see this horse in person?
No.
You just bought it off a photo?
I'm like, I have to have this horse. I know. Crazy
Oh, my
women.
God.
Okay, so we. So
Are you
it's-
into astrology too?
Not really.
Okay, I'm just fucking with you, but keep
So,
going. So you
I-
buy the horse, sight unseen, don't ride it, no video, just off a photo.
Yes.
Okay, but
So,
you've got the
on
feels.
Facebook.
Your pussy's wet as fuck. You got the feels over the whole thing. You got to
I
have
gotta
it.
have this horse.
Right,
Okay.
fair enough.
So they ship
God
her
bless
down.
the horse industry.
Well, she looks like a giraffe. Like she's
So they ship her to you,
huge.
or you go up there?
No, they ship her down, and I was out of town at the time. So I had a friend go and meet him in like Thackerville to pick her up
Right.
or whatever at some farm. And I mean, she's 2 and she's probably like 15.3 and she's about like this wide. And then I laugh because I'm like, so we hauled her down in the winter. Well, she gets pneumonia.
Mm-hmm.
So then my vet comes out. They shave her ribs and stuff to like be able to ultrasound her and stuff. She ended up being fine, but she just had gotten sick. And then she had cellulitis on that leg from that cut. So, I mean, she looks like a freaking giraffe.
So you're not real impressed when you first get your eyes on it, or you still
No.
love at first sight?
So, like, I'm not real impressed, but I know that I'm supposed to have this damn horse.
Okay,
So
fair
all my
enough. The
friends
universe
are
is
like-
still speaking to you.
All my friends are like, what are you doing over here? And I'm like, so forever and ever and ever, my friends make fun of me because all the time shit will be going terribly wrong. And I'm like, it'll be fine. That's what I say. Like, you can print it on a t-shirt. It'll be fine.
Denial. I'm going down with the ship. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
So I get her, and she looks like a giraffe, and I joke. So I have her, and then I have a couple other ones that I bought from Copper Springs. And they're all 2-year-olds. And so I start riding all these 2-year-olds. Well, my other 2-year-olds... Have you
quit your construction job yet?
Nope, I'm still working part-time for the construction company.
But we're in COVID now, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, we're getting through all this stuff, or, not quite to COVID, but, getting close to it. So I'm convinced that I need this horse, and you'll laugh, as a trainer, because I used to always say, I still would always pick her, but even though the other ones always looked like they did it better, and I used to say, she does all the right things at the wrong time. And so, when that comes together, you could just feel it, she was going to be it, And
so when you started riding her, were you happy with the way she rode?
Yeah, she's an asshole, but yeah.
But you felt things that you liked there, I suppose, is what I'm asking?
A lot of natural talent.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Big attitude.
She didn't impress you to look at her, but when you started riding her, did you get happier?
Well, and then she turned into a moose by the end of this deal. She's big, giant, pretty, beautiful racehorse, And so I get her going. Well, we get kind of towards the end of her 3-year-old year, middle 3-year-old year, and I want to buy a slot for her. So do you know what slot races are?
Not really. No.
So it's a $5,000 entry fee. There's 50 entries. A winner takes $100,000.
That's it. No second place, no third place.
They do pay I think they pay 8 holes generally. Okay. But I mean, it's $100,000, then it's $30,000, and
big jump down.
Yeah.
$5,000 gets you one run, and it's a barrel race. Correct?
But it's only first-time horses
that have never run before.
Nothing's ever run before.
Okay.
So it's
even at your local deal, even at a local horse show, or
these are the big ones that kick off the futurity years.
Okay.
So it'll end up being their very first run.
Okay, fair enough.
And so is
that a little bit of an honor system? All jokes aside, can people cheat that, or is it a bit of an honor system?
I don't think you could now because it's
because of the
social
internet.
media. Yeah,
okay, somebody would fucking rat you out.
People are following the good horses.
Yes, fair enough. Okay, so it's basically a maiden. It's the first time they've ever been really run, and this is the end of their 3-year-old year.
Yes.
Now, is that common to run them at the end of their 3-year-old year? That's typically where
it's kicking off their 4-year-old season.
Okay, so we're November, December of their 3-year-old year, correct? They haven't quite turned 4 by January, correct?
Yes.
So just like the cutting futurity, reining futurity, you guys are showing them in your futurities at the end of their 3-year-old year.
Yes.
Okay, so they've had 20 to 24 months of riding, basically, almost 2 years of training.
Yep.
Okay, so you buy a slot because you think she's that good.
I think she's that good.
Fair enough.
And so
was $5,000 hard for you to come up with? Did you have to put your balls on the line
there
a
were
little
3 of us that went in on this slot.
3 of you?
Yes.
Okay.
So we buy the slot, and then we go, and it's really funny because at this time I had sold her to a customer.
Okay. When did you sell her to a customer?
I would say probably October. So
of a 3-year-old or 2-year-old?
3-year-old year.
Okay, so you keep her the whole time through. You're still getting a good feeling about this horse. So this is the real deal, etc. Are people trying to buy this horse from you? Are you showing it to people?
No.
Are you actively trying to sell her?
Not really. Yeah. No. Mostly I would say everything's always for sale.
Of course it is.
So I think especially at that time.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, we're gonna sell all of them eventually anyway. So this was the best one that I had.
So you had a customer that wanted to buy from you.
Yes.
And leave her with you. Was that part of the deal that you got to show her and compete on her? Okay.
And so it's funny because the first time that she watched her work was at the slot race. So they have the exhibitions. So I go in and you only get one exhibition at these deals, and it's 60 seconds, so you don't have a lot of time. And she turns the first barrel, and I'm cruising, kind of coasting her across the pin, and she ducks the second barrel, which is
ducks means cut in before.
Before, doesn't turn it. Yeah.
Wait, okay, slow down here. Slow down your barrel racing shit, okay? You mean when you say ducks, it turns before the barrel?
Before the barrel.
So
turns the first barrel, doesn't turn the second barrel.
Okay, turns before it, basically.
Yes.
Rather than go around it, it turns in before.
Which is a horrible habit for a barrel horse.
Okay.
And this mare had never done that, ever.
So this catches you off guard.
Oh, because you have 60 seconds.
Yeah.
So you're not fixing it now.
Yeah.
And you're just cool, well, that was fun.
Yeah.
A lot of confidence coming into the show now.
When she did that to you, did you just go into the third barrel, or did you go back to the first one and
I
start again?
tried to circle her back and then just went to the third, but you just don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah.
You're just like, cool, I hope she's trained. So you come out or whatever. So then I'm having to tell the customer, like,
did that?
she's never done this before.
Customer's like, sure.
Really glad we ponied up $5,000. Yeah. So
your asshole's a little tight coming out of that arena, correct?
Yeah,
You're a little
for
puckered
sure.
up.
I'm like, oh, great, So, and then it's prior to this. This is where so for me and my page and all the things, this is where the manifesting the goals really come about. Was with Sway, because at that time, I was like, I want a mare that's won 100,000 or 200,000 or like some 100,000 was just like the number.
Yeah.
I want a horse that's won $100,000, and that's going to be like the matriarch of my breeding program. Okay, so this is what I think I want to do. So I say that, and before I run or anything, I'm like, I'm going to win $100,000 on my futurity horse this year. Like, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, fast forward. So we enter the slot race. Well, Cassie is, Cassie Mowry.
No.
Not at all?
I've heard of the name, but I
nothing.
don't know.
Okay, Cassie's awesome.
Yeah.
A winner on any horse. I joke she could win ride a billy goat and beat us.
Oh, is she part of the three girls that have the... Is she part of the three girls that have the online training thing?
No, because I don't think she does anything like
Fuck
that.
it, I'll meet her someday.
That's Jolene and Ashley and Joy.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
because they're supposed to be on the podcast here coming up soon.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know all you girls, but I'll figure it out. But anyway, keep going.
So Cassie runs in there as a really fast time. I think she runs like a 15.4, which is crazy fast for a 3-year-old in that first run. That's really fast at Oklahoma City.
So they have to be 3. They can't be 4, correct?
If they're all the
All
same
3.
age,
Okay,
yeah.
fair
All
enough.
3-year-olds, all first time run.
Yep.
And so I'm towards the end, and I remember in the back, they kind of made a comment about the barrels, and I guess the barrels are like plastic, and everybody's like, you just need to be safe. Well, that mare was so aggressive that like, if I was going to be safe, I would just kick over all 3 barrels. Like, you're not going to be safe on that mare. And so, anyway, so I send her in there and freaking pitch it to her. And she hauls ass, doesn't duck, thankfully. She runs a 2 in there, 15.2. So she puts 2 tenths on the field, wins the slot race for $75,000. So that was amazing.
And the customer already owned it by this point?
Yes.
Okay.
And
so she's happy now.
Oh, everybody's thrilled. Yeah. And so then I come back and they have what's called like a rookie futurity, which is just 3-year-olds again. So she comes back and she makes...
Same horse show or different horse show?
Same horse show.
Okay.
So it's hard because like a lot of times when you do the slot race, you still have to make 2 rounds of the futurity. 3 runs on a 3-year-old in a weekend is a lot.
Yeah.
Like you got to really have it together. So she come back, I think she ran a 4 and a 5. She ends up reserve in the rookie futurity. So in one weekend, she made $89,000. Well, now $100,000 don't sound so far.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm like right there. And I'm like, then you kind of have that moment. You're like, maybe I can do this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so...
So let me ask you a quick question real quick. In the barrel racing industry, like in cutting, reining, and cow horse, it's very common as an industry standard that the trainers get 50% of the prize money, okay? What is the industry standard in the barrel horse world? 50% of the prize money. Okay, I just wanted to know how much generally
But
trainers...
on the slot race, it was a third because it was 3 of us that ponied up for the slot
fair
race.
enough. Okay.
So she does really good there, and then I laugh because I went to another futurity a couple weeks later, and she ducked again in her damn exhibition.
Okay.
And then she won both rounds of that futurity and then won that. Anyway, she went on. That was my first like real futurity horse, and she won a ton for
What
me.
did she do for your confidence? What did she do for your training? What did that horse do for you? Because every trainer has one horse that kind of puts them on the map.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Or at least makes them believe like, yeah, fuck yeah, I can do this. You know what I mean? What
Yeah.
did she do for you?
I think she was great because she got my name out there on the futurity side, on that part. As far as a trainer, she was a great horse for me because I think you really had to learn how to get along. You weren't going to make her do anything. Okay. She had a big, huge ego. She was a big mare anyway. Like, I always joke, she'd, like, smoke you down and stuff. Like, she was freaking naughty. But, like, hammered down. Like when you knew if you kept the barrels up, you were going to win or get a check for sure. Like if she could win inside, outside, big pin, little pin, it didn't matter. Like she was just, and would handily put 2/10 on the field multiple times. She did, like big time clock. So she just was such a cool horse that you learned how to kind of get along with her because she just had that big crazy ego, as I went forward that year.
But that's your first big win, really, in the barrel horsing world.
Yes, for sure, yeah. And then as I kind of went on with her, so that's the year I really learned that I used to say that if I had a different styles of horses, I used to be of the mentality that I need to be a better rider. I need to be a better jockey. I need to figure it out. Well, you think that until you're sitting on a horse that can really win and you see $100,000 barrels down because your timing is slightly off from trying to ride on these other horses or having to grab an outside rein or having to do things that are unconventional, then you're messing up the one that you really could have won everything on. And so I tried to really learn that lesson as well of not riding things that weren't going to help me win on what could win.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Miola. My wife Michelle and I own and run the fabulous Silver Spurs Equine Breeding Centers located in Purcell, Oklahoma and Scottsdale, Arizona. We specialize in making your equine dreams come true by breeding the finest American quarter horses in the world. Finding that special horse, the one that speaks to your soul, is what Silver Spurs is all about. When you come to our ranch in Purcell, Oklahoma, you will meet that fabulous weanling that once trained, utilizing Clinton Anderson's tried and proven methods, will become an extension of your body, knowing intuitively what you want to do and give you endless hours of adventure and love. Our stallions are the elite. They represent the finest bloodlines in their sport and have won every championship title during their competitive careers. Our breeding program is partially skill, partially science, partially art, definitely a gift from God, but mostly love. So if you share our passion and possess the drive and desire to compete in the show pen or tour the great American landscape with a loyal companion, creating adventures you will treasure for a lifetime, Silver Spurs has the horse you've been dreaming of.
For over 25 years now, I've been using Bob and Jim Kaiser from a Kaiser Arena Specialist to take care of all of my ranches, arenas, and drags. Bob Kaiser and his son Jim Kaiser are absolutely the best in the world. For many, many years, they took care of the ground of the National Reining Futurity, the National Rein Cow Horse Association Futurity, and the Cut-In Futurity. Arenas are expensive to build. They take a lot of time, and you need to make sure they're well maintained. So between building my arenas and then also using their drags to take care of them, I could not recommend a better company and people to deal with. For over 25 years, they've taken care of my arenas, and I will not be using anybody else. For more information, make sure you go by their website, kaiserarenaspecialist.com. This episode is brought to you in part by DT Horses, the elite Western performance breeder for cutting, cow horse, and rope horse futurity prospects. Okay, Tricia, we're back after a break, mate. So this mare gives you a boost of confidence, correct?
For sure.
Customers got to be happy. They just want a shit pile of money. Your other two people you conned in to pay for this slot, they're happy. Everybody's celebrating,
For
correct?
sure, yeah.
What did this win do for your career? Obviously, it gave you a boost confidence-wise that, hey, I can go compete with these other girls, etc. What did it do for you business-wise? Did you get better horses? Did you get better customers? Did you take that money and buy better horses? Like, what do you think that was? Was that a bridge to something else?
I think at this time too, I'm still thinking that eventually I don't want to ride for the public. So always I'm working towards that. So I think the way to do that is to keep reinvesting in horsepower. They always say, ride the best bred horse you can afford. So, trying to kind of get up into that stuff. So, during about the middle of this year... Now,
you've quit your day job by now.
So, technically, I never actually quit that job.
Well, what I'm saying is you're not doing that anymore.
So, like, I'm just, like, phasing out. So that guy, shout out Tony, that runs that company, his daughter barrel raced. And so I think he kind of knew it was coming. Then I started, like, winning a lot. And then, you know, I'm, like, on the cover of the magazines and stuff. And he's like, this chick ain't going to work for us very much longer. So,
Fuck estimating. Okay.
So I think, like, I would joke because I'm like, technically I like never actually quit that job. It just kind of like
stopped happening.
They
just stopped sending you money through the mail.
Pretty much.
Okay, fair enough.
When they needed something, I would just submit it for them or do whatever like that. Just less and less.
It just ended on, how about we say it ended on good terms?
It was good. Yeah,
Okay.
we're still talking to them.
Good deal. So at that point, you take the money. Where does your career go from here? Where are you? What do you do?
Still trying to figure out how to make money in horses. So just thinking that I want to do the futurity stuff, you know, full time. And then I'm like, at this point, I'm like, okay, maybe I can do this. Like, maybe I can compete at this level, be this fast, and try to kind of keep buying prospects. So at that time, I'm starting to still buy.
Where are
some
you
younger
training
ones
out of?
coming.
Where are you training these horses from?
So
Do you have your own place? Are you leasing stores? Where are you
lease
training?
and stalls. I still lease the same barn that I've been at for a long time. So I laugh because I actually met them through working for Lane because they used to buy asphalt and stuff from us. And so I just leased like their barn and I'm their ag exemption and I call it my overflow parking. And so I have like brood mares and stuff over there still. And I'll be there till they kick me out of here.
Right.
But just like riding in the field, hauling the ride, like I still don't have an arena and that was the coolest thing is like to come from nothing and just, you know, go ride at friends. And I mean, it's fun on the flip side now because so many of those people were so helpful. And like, I feel like now I can give back to them. Like they can come ride anytime or like I have a salt spa, like use this spa, do whatever. Like,
yeah.
I'm so thankful for them to like make sure that I could ride. And
the moral of the story so far is Tricia, is that you're not letting your lack of opportunity be an excuse why you don't move forward.
Never.
And that's what I see a lot of comments on social media is horses have got so expensive, I can't play the game. Yes, you can play the game.
Yeah.
It may not be at the level you want to be now, but start somewhere. Start somewhere and build your way up. You're not letting your lack of funds or lack of opportunity say, I can't do this. That's the key that people need to fucking take from this.
Yeah.
Okay, so you buy some more prospects. What do? Let's move on.
Yep. So I keep going on her. She has a really good year. Towards the end of the year.
Of a 4-year-old year.
Her 4-year-old year, she gets
So
her,
the futurity's only, is a futurity only for
1 year.
3-year-olds? What do they call 4-year-old year in the barrel?
It's a futurity. So the 3-year-old is technically like the start of the season, and then you would end the season at that same show.
So it'd be November of their 4-year-old year.
Yes.
Okay, so futurity is basically November of their 3-year-old year to November of their 4-year-old year. That's what they quote unquote call the futurity year.
Yes.
Okay.
And so to go through there, she got hurt at the end of the year, and so she had to have surgery, stoppable surgery and stuff. And at this time, I pretty much have like the next group ready to go, which is still a good group of horses, but just not, you know, I think we won like 85,000 on one of them and like 40,000 on the other. So like now I have.
Do you have your own established training techniques now? Are you feeling you're finding your way as far as how are you finding your style yet?
I think definitely finding my style. And just I think this is kind of where I'm starting to transition of like before this, I think I had them a little too broke. And then I think just kind of like figuring out where exactly I wanted them to be. But also, so between Sway and Adios, I have a lot of like really nice horses, but I told you I don't have that weapon. But I learned with Sway, like, okay, these are things that I would have done different. Like, it was so freaking hard for me to place in an average on her. And an average is where the money is. It doesn't matter if you win the round. Like, you need to hit the averages. Like, that's how you're going to really get ahead on a horse. And so, like, moving forward, I had those other horses. Well, they were nice, but they just weren't, like, as aggressive out the gate. They did end up making really nice horses. And Fallon runs one of them now that was in that 2 years after that.
So
one.
is your barn split between half the horses you own and half customers own? How are you paying the
Probably
bills?
around that. And
Yeah.
I have, at this time, I have the Stallion.
What
still? Still the Streaking Little Wayne
Okay,
Stallion.
that's right.
Yeah.
So you're breeding some mares with him.
Yeah,
That's
but
helping
the kid's
some.
riding him.
Okay, but there's getting some income coming off that.
Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out how you're surviving, how you're paying
Yep.
your bills, etc.
And at this time, I'm really starting to focus on the social media. So I'm trying to figure out how to build that community that is going to grow to what it does today. So just figuring out the marketing standpoint of that. And I think that really stemmed from me being kind of sour to our industry. Like I have a very probably skewed perspective of that, because even growing up, like we didn't have any money, but like we didn't have any money for anything, or we went without because the horses got that kind of thing. So I've always had, like, even through high school, like the barn and stuff, it didn't ever make money. And so like I think when you're raised like that, you're like, okay, well, how do I do this some sort of different, because what the standard is doesn't work. Mm-hmm. And so I think seeing so many people get like screwed over on horses and bad horse deals, and I spent $10,000 on my kid's high school rodeo horse, and this is every dime I have, and it's like crippled as hell and not worth $500, and just seeing that over and over and over. So at this time, I'm really starting to do my write-ups. So that's kind of how my social media started.
When you say write-ups, some sort of a
like
blog? What is it?
Yeah, kind of like a blog. So like where whatever it is that is annoying me.
So some subject is pissing you off. You write a letter and post it on Facebook?
Yes. And so I start like sharing, or like, these are 10 things that you could do to make sure that you're not getting screwed over by a trainer.
Yeah.
Or, these are things
So
you
they're
can look
educational
for.
rants.
Yes. And like, these are reasons why we use a vet, or this is, a big thing in our industry is Lasix. So like I talk about Lasix, not because I think everybody in the sun should use it, but that it's one of those conversations that nobody's having.
Okay, I'm going to have it now. This is how green I am about your world. What are Lasix and what do you do with them? Seriously.
I'm going to get in so much trouble for this one.
No, fuck
Not
it.
really.
That's why it's called the Uncut Real Raw.
So a lot of times with the race horses or barrel horses, they have a deal where they'll bleed in their lungs.
Okay.
From running. So, horses are mechanical breathers, so it's, every stride in and out. Well, their capillaries are not very strong, so they'll bust sometimes. The thing is like in our sport, we don't.
And they'll have some blood come out their nose.
They could,
correct?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and even if they have a speck of blood, that's the worst case scenario.
Okay.
So that's like the worst of it.
Right. So it's very minute.
So like on a 1 through 10 scale, 1 through 9 you would not see.
Okay.
10 is the speck out the nose.
Oh, truly. Okay.
Bleeding.
So just for people to get an idea of it, we're not talking about fucking gallons of blood coming out of their nose.
No, it could even just be really little. And it can be from literally any reason. It could be that they have allergies or stress, or maybe they're a little painful and they...
So I get that part.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking myself now in my mind is, who gives a fuck? Like, what's the problem?
So it's a huge deal. Because,
why is it a huge deal?
Because I think just from maybe the racetrack, and it has like some bad publicity. For us, it's really cheap. It's really common. A lot of trainers
What,
run on
Lasix?
it.
So, but you give them Lasix to stop
IV.
them bleeding?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm uneducated in
Nope,
this.
you're
So,
good.
so you give this drug IV, and it's supposed to stop them bleeding. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it's a diuretic.
Okay.
And so it's just going to make the blood volume less.
Okay.
So that they actually, from anything I've read, they actually don't exactly know why it helps other than that, but it is something that's like the only thing that is proven to help.
Okay. So next thing that's going through my mind as a newbie at learning this is, if it's a small amount of blood to like a speck, who gives a fuck? Is it a rule that says they can't have it?
It could be worse. Well, when they bleed, they start getting scar tissue in their lungs.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the negative is of bleeding.
So then it can end up being really bad. A lot of times people have no clue they're bleeding, and then it can cause necrosis and stuff, and it's it could be detrimental
so if
to
it
the
continues,
horse's career.
if the bleeding continues,
They
it
lose
can
elasticity.
it gets worse. Scar tissue,
Yes.
it gets worse and worse.
Yep.
Okay, so you're trying to stop the bleeding for that. It's not necessarily a rule.
And not all horses bleed, but when you're paying all this money for entry fees and all these things, and it to me costs a couple bucks to give a shot.
Okay, so I'm
Very cheap.
failing to see the controversy here.
Oh, because you're giving a drug.
Oh, fuck them.
I know.
Last time I went to the dentist, motherfucker gave me a drug. I had my big toe ingrow toenail taken out 2 weeks ago. Motherfucker drugged me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The dumbest shit.
Last
time my horses had their teeth done.
Crazy.
Last time my horses had their fucking teeth done, their head was on the ground too because they were drugged the fuck up.
Yeah.
So this is how stupid these dumb bitches on the internet are. I swear to God.
So it's a little bit of, there's a whole group of people that think you shouldn't run on anything at all. And then there's a group of people that think you should run on all kinds of things. I'm probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
I want to take a scientific approach, also training approach. So like a lot of times problems with barrel horses stem from them bleeding or like from ulcers or whatever. So like if they start bleeding, they might start doing weird stuff in
like
the pen.
What?
They'll stop running. They might duck barrels. Like, I mean, it could just be, they might be really bad to come in that alley.
If there's no blood coming out of a horse's nose, how can you tell they're bleeding? Do you scope them? And that tells you straight away?
Yeah, you can, but there's some studies even though, because diagnostics is so far behind in horses, so like they could be bleeding like way in the back of their lungs. We don't have anything diagnostically capable to know. Mm-hmm. And so I think that or do BAL.
Is scoping them very expensive procedure?
No.
Is it like kind of like checking for ulcers? It's $300 and
it's probably cheaper than that. I bet $50.
Okay, so it's something you can check readily.
Anybody could.
It's relatively cheap to check. It's not costing thousands of dollars to check it. So again, in my mind, I'm thinking no big fucking deal here. Check the fucking horse 4 times a year if you want. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where the controversy here is.
So,
basically, the Lasix is an insurance policy to help cut back the chances of them bleeding, correct?
Yes.
And I'm still having trouble figuring out where the controversy is.
So
what am I missing here, Tricia?
I think it's just people, I honestly think most of it is like from them getting a shot. If you actually look up like the actual uses for Lasix, I mean, in people and stuff like that, I mean, you're giving it to like heart failure patients and stuff. So it's relatively safe. But whether you think you should run on it, think you shouldn't run on it, I don't
give
care.
my horses Adequan too.
Yeah, I mean, like, whatever you want to give him is fine, but I just think that we don't talk about it. So if we don't have a conversation about it, who is Betty Browerster asking? Mm-hmm. Somebody at their trailer or somebody that doesn't know. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was seeing in so many of these instances.
I thought the controversy was something like Lasix is like some fucking cocaine would make these motherfuckers run faster or some shit like that. So you're basically giving it as an insurance policy, as the best insured policy as a preventative. Just like I give Adequan to protect their joints. Just like I put my horses in the spa every day to protect their joints. I'm doing anything I can to keep out arthritis, swelling, inflammation, anything like that. I'm going to do everything I fucking can to prevent a problem from happening.
Yes. And I think, too, for me, because this is obviously under the guidance of my performance vets, which is really important because there's a big difference in vets out there.
Of course there is. Yes, there's a big difference between the cow vet and the guy that neuters your barn cat to an actual vet that deals with performance horses every day. Not all vets are equal, just like not all doctors are equal. Yep. And I've had vets look at the exact same set of fucking x-rays on a pre-purchase and walk away with a completely different interpretation of what they saw.
Big time.
So you can't just...
And you learn that on the sales.
Very much so. Very much so.
So
you have to be really careful what vets you're using because they seem to fall into 2 categories. Well, actually, if you really want to do it, most horse trainers, this is the part they won't say out loud. Most horse trainers have 2 vets. It's like having 2 girlfriends. You never want them to talk, okay? You have one vet that you use to sell a horse. Mm-hmm. And there's another vet you use to fucking buy a horse. Because those 2 vets are completely different. Because the guy that will vet a horse to sell, he's going to be the least that give a fuck. We can manage that. We can inject that. That's not a big deal. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Then the other motherfucker over here, he's going to make a big deal out of nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, he will be frightened to death to pass anything that has a blemish on a joint whatsoever. I think the real fucking truth is, Tricia, in my opinion, the right vet's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
It's somewhere between those 2 extremes.
Lucky.
Is the right vet.
Yeah.
And you can go a while before you find that right vet.
I have that vet.
Yes,
he's in the middle.
I do too. I agree.
Where like he's comfortable managing whatever, but he's also not going to let me buy something that's a problem.
Yes.
And so I think just trying to get through the hard conversations, or even with just routine vetting, there's still people out there that freak out if you got to inject their hocks,
Yes.
And it's like, I think it's different when you're a trainer because you likely talk to your vets so much more. So, I mean, I talk to them every week.
Yeah.
We have an appointment on Friday.
Yeah.
Like, we're all the time, we're talking to the vet or any little thing, or, I feel really bad for my vets now with the stud because it'll be like a hair out of place. And I'm like, but can you look at him?
Yeah.
But I think that just there's just this whole stigma online about things that we are not supposed to talk about.
What else is, while we're breaking the mold, what else are you not supposed to talk about in the barrel racing world? What is
Definitely money, I would say, is a big one. Like, and
like
that's
training bills, prize money being
anything,
split?
I think people are starting to finally charge a little bit more for training. It's the same in any industry, I really feel like, and I got on a deal the other day, and it was, they had shared like your deal, and then they were talking about that, and I commented.
You mean my rant about Teton?
Yeah, and I commented on this deal, and I was like, I don't know how to tell you all this, but like, horses are a luxury-based business. I don't have to ride a horse. You don't have to ride a horse. Nobody has to have a horse to eat.
Yes.
Like, no one has to have a horse. So I'm like, I feel like there's this huge stigma around money, but it's like the weirdest thing because it's literally a luxury item. It's like buying a yacht, you know?
Yes.
And now in horses, you can have all levels of that. It's still a luxury.
Yes, it is.
At any stage.
Yeah, even at the lower end stage. Yes. It's much cheaper to have a dog or a cat.
And so I'm like, it's really crazy to me because I feel like that we have just such a bad image of anybody making a living.
Yes, they do. Especially getting rich in the horse industry.
Which is like super taboo.
Yes.
And so I think on this end of it, on this side, this is where I get a little more heat, I think, from that, is because I think this is the part where people see where I was and then see where I'm going. And then that's where it's a little bit of a disconnect, I feel like, between. But what's, the craziest thing about that is that when you talk to like-minded people, like when I talk to people that make way more money than I do, like, it's not weird to talk about money.
Not at all. It comes up all the time.
All the time.
Yes.
And or like things, or you can just ask someone candidly some question and they'll just be like, oh yeah, don't do that, I lost a lot of money, or do it this way instead.
Wealthy people happily talk about money to their friends.
It's not bragging.
You are who you hang around. Wealthy
Yes.
people hang around wealthy people. Gangsters hang out with gangsters. Poor people hang out with poor people.
Yep.
If you want to have money, hang around people with money. You'll pick up
I want everyone to be better than me, smarter than me.
make more money than you, etc. Yes, I agree with that.
That's the only way I think to get
where
there.
you want to go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. You get this mare, your next futurity year, just kind of average, nice enough horses, but nothing real good. Let's move on. What happens
so
next year?
So then at somewhere in this whole deal, I think in 2020, mid 2020 is when I buy Adios.
Okay. That's the Palomino stud that you're famous for. Okay. You buy him where? Where do you see this horse?
So on Facebook.
Where else? Where a woman fucking hang out? Facebook.
And it's so funny because I actually bred to Trace that year. And so I have a Trace colt on the ground.
Now, is that a real popular barrel
He's
sire?
a racehorse.
He's a racehorse.
Yeah.
And he's very popular?
Not
Quarter horse racing, correct?
Yes. Not as much in the barrel racing yet. Really has some really big winners though already. But it's still big in racing. So he's a little bit of a trickier one at this time because you're still competing with barrel horses aren't bringing enough money yet. The stud fee on him's like $8,000, which is high for quarter horse. And then you're competing with racehorse people still to buy one.
Okay.
Right. So I breed to him. I have one on the ground, and I see Adios on a Facebook ad
as a weanling.
As a weanling.
Weanling.
And I'm convinced that I have to have it.
You got the feels again.
I got the feeling.
Your lady parts are just fluttering. You've got to have it.
But this worked out really well the last time.
I can't deny.
So,
Did you at least get to see the horse this time?
I went and looked at him. Yeah. So it's funny because I went up there and I think I was going to get some recips or something at a neighboring place or drop something off, and I went and looked at him, and I think they wanted like $30,000 for him, and I was like, I have $25,000. Like this is what I have. And I talked to the late Jerry Bailey, and I was like, I know I'm not anybody right now, but like I I will give him a shot. Like, I'm looking for a stud prospect. Like, I want to raise one because I had some other ones that were monsters, because you're buying them as like long yearlings that are fed but never not handled, right? So they suck. And then I'm like, this one, I'm going to buy him. I'm going to turn him out with all my marriage because I'm over it at this point. And I was like, we're going to get educated from the beginning and roll on with it. And so, anyway, he shook my hand. He's like, load him up. Like, all right, we'll do this.
And he's a weanling.
He's a weanling.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So you buy him. You got the feels on the
I
horse.
kick him out with all my brood mares.
Okay, fair enough. Yep.
And I'm like, see you in a couple years.
Yeah.
So I kick him out, and just, I think at this point I had enough like pretty naughty stallions that I was like, I'm done with the bullshit. It's either he's going to get right out there and they're going to teach him, or I don't want to own him as a stallion. You know, and for me, I always look at it from the marketing side. So I was like, can I sell a Palomino gelding 2-year-old for $25,000? Like, if I just lose my time,
Yes.
would I be okay on that? Yes, is what I thought. So that's why I bought him. And at that time, there weren't any other colored stallions by Tricia. They still weren't very popular yet in the barrel racing. So I was
And was he out of a barrel racing mare?
a Frenchman Sky mare.
Okay.
Yep.
Did his mother win any money in barrel
She
racing?
didn't, but she had produced quite a bit.
Of winners in the barrel racing.
Yes.
Okay, right on.
And so I had really liked what I had seen out of that mare, because historically I'm not a very big fan of that lineage. Not for any reason, just I haven't personally got along with them very well, you know. And so but this mare, everything I saw out of her was really nice, like really showed a lot of promise, and some, 3 or 4 big winners. So I was like, all right, this is what I want to try to kind of go on with. So then he's at home hanging out, and then this is kind of where I'm like gearing up more of the social media, like trying to still ride horses, trying to get more towards myself. So at this time, I'll have training horses, but only if I sold it to you.
Okay.
So then we kind of went, so I was like, well, this will be good, because then I'm buying what I think I can do good
Correct.
on. And then clients
And you're
are buying
kind of
them.
hand picking the customer, at least
and
screening
the
them
horses.
and screening the
Yes.
customer, right?
And so then I'm like, well, these are horses I want to ride anyway, but now they're off my bill.
Yes. Good
And
point.
so, and then I
Are
know.
you selling those horses a little bit of a discount for that?
Yes.
To try to get them in the barn?
Yeah.
Because I've done that before. I'll still
yeah.
do it. I'll sell a horse for close to cost what I've got in it.
Yeah.
If I get to keep it in the barn.
Because I wanted to ride it
and
anyway.
I get to pick who the customer is.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'll ride one for free. If
Yeah.
it's a customer I like and it's a fucking horse I want to ride, I'll ride it for free any day of the week.
Yeah.
Because the 2 biggest pain in the asses are eliminated. Who owns it?
Yes.
And is it a nice horse?
Yes.
Very much so. Okay, so you're happy to cut a deal for the right person to come along and purchase the right horse that leaves it with you.
Yes.
Are you doing contracts with these people to make sure they do leave them with you? Is it a kind of a
No.
handshake deal?
Yeah, more handshake.
Fair enough.
Deal.
Yep.
And I think at this, because so what was happening already is I was always selling them at the end of their 4-year-old year anyway.
Yep.
So then I just basically just took that
Yeah,
part
absolutely.
out.
Good business deal.
Yep.
DT Horses was founded with one goal in mind: produce elite performance horses. For over 20 years, we've consistently met that goal and raised the bar, thanks to our dedication and focus on what matters most. DT Horses believes that every horse we raise deserves the best start possible. With a great foundation in place, all our colts go on to excel in the discipline best suited for them. We have many top performers in team roping, cow horse, cutting, calf roping, and barrel racing. We're offering our elite horses to the public. For information about the athletes available, please contact the DT Horses office at 480-471-4348. Learn more about DT Horses and the impact we've made on the Western performance horse world at dthorses.com.
The last year, I've been using the Real Cow. What a game changer. Out of all the mechanical cow devices I've ever had, this is by far the best, hands down. What I love about the Real Cow is that it simulates as close as you can to a real cow. With its 2 speeds, and not only in the 2 speeds, you can control the speed within that gear as well. You can make the cow go away from you, make it come back towards you, make it arc around you. You can circle it if you're a cow horse trainer, or go down the fence. The versatility of this device is unbelievable. I'll actually load it up and take it to horse shows. Now I've got a mechanical cow. Wherever I want to go work my horse, I just pull it out and start using it. The Real Cow is an absolute game changer. Make sure you go to their website, realcowtraining.com, and check it out. It's the best investment you'll ever make in your cow horse or cutting horse's career. This episode is brought to you in part by Kaiser Arenas, the industry leader in arena consulting and maintenance. So you're training barrel racing horses full-time, basically. Now, when you say in those years, how many are you riding a day? How many can you ride a day and do a good job?
Oh, so kind of went through a little bit of stages. So I would say probably between like 6 and 10 or 12 at the most. Like,
Okay.
but
You're saddling, unsaddling yourself. You
Yep.
don't have a full-time groom. You're doing it all yourself.
Yep. And then I mean, occasionally I'll have somebody come through to help, and
Yeah.
but mostly, by myself.
Okay.
So then I'm trying to kind of figure out same thing. Like I'm still wanting to get into some of the stallion stuff. So I'm, starting to pay attention more to that side. And then just trying to I'm still gearing it towards a breeding program, basically.
And
like I'm training, but I want to be
Is
breeding.
your head thinking, because it's a good money maker, that if you've got a successful stud, there's enough people that want to breed to a barrel racing stud that there's a good chance to get financially very wealthy doing it, basically. Is that where your head's going?
So,
and because
sort of.
I don't joke about this. Like, people say, why did you become a clinician? Because I knew there's fucking money there.
Yeah.
I'm not embarrassed to say that.
Yeah.
I was good at it. I knew there was a lot of money there, so I went there.
Yeah.
I went for the money. So I'm a self-proclaimed whore. I'll go where the money is. I'm not ashamed of that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I'm asking that question. Did your brain say, okay, if I get a good stud, there's potential is keyword, a lot of money to be had. Is that where your mind's going?
So I think sort of. So I kind of always look at things in seasons. So, the stallions are busy in the spring. The futurity horses are kind of more money. There's more money in the fall.
Okay.
So I'm kind of like trying to figure out, okay, like how do you keep in income all year? And then also at this time in like 2020, I was also feeding a supplement that I really liked that they were marketing to racehorses. And so the 3 times the Fury mare was on it. And it's a amino arginine supplement. And so they were getting ready to discontinue that product. And then I had a little bit of money from Sway. And so I was like, well, I said, well, what if I buy the formula? Because I like the product.
Yeah.
And they said they couldn't sell it. And I was like, surely I can sell it. And I'm like, okay, so what are the minimums or whatever? And it's like a $10,000 minimum to do, which is still a lot at the time.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, so I bought the formula and I sent it to a nutritionist, and then I take out any additives, any fillers, and then it was like a blue dye in it, so take all that out. And then I'm like, I think if we educate people, then I can sell this product. So I order the first batch, it's like 10 grand, just because I want to feed it to my horse. And so then I start selling the supplement. And so this is how the amino company started. So then...
What's the company called?
Red Hot Equine Aminos.
Okay.
And so we get through that. Well, then I'm in the gym all the time and stuff, and I'm like, I drink aminos every day. And so I was like, why is it not a big deal for our horses? Because I can dang sure tell when I'm like run out of aminos and I'm sore for like 3 or 4 days versus like constantly drinking them and then I'm sore for like a day.
Right.
And so I was like, well, I want to come out with a supplement because I'm running on Lasix and stuff. So I was like, I want it to be aminos, electrolytes, and some stomach care, and just kind of cover your bases. And then I'm going to run with this company or whatever. So anyway, we start doing the amino company. And so we come out with all these different deals. And the company...
When you say we, who are you referring to we? You and who?
So at this time...
Are you remarried, got partners? Why are you saying we? Who's we?
So at this time, it's just me and Josh, so my boyfriend now.
Right.
And then I'm working with another lady in the supplement stuff to try to like get this all, because I don't know anything about supplements at this time. So I'm like trying to figure out, how do I do this? How do I do the lab? How do I do the labeling? There's a lot of rules for supplements that horse industry does not follow. So then, so we start kind of doing the amino company, but at this time I'm too busy with horses and everything else. So like I don't have time to ship you aminos because I do not have time and I do not have boxes and I do not have, like, I'm digging through my freaking garage. I would rather refund your order than ship you aminos. So that's kind of how that company is going at this time. And so I'm like,
so you've bitten off more than you can chew. You don't have enough time. Fair enough.
I don't have enough time. So I'm still feeding it to my horses, which was the whole purpose of this thing. But
so you've got a $10,000 bucket sitting somewhere.
Yes, so I can't, and I just don't have time to get it out. So so then I start to do, I'm like, okay, well, I need to solve this problem. So I end up building a website and then integrating like the shipping and everything, and then I hire somebody to ship. So I'm like, I can market it. That's fine. I got that. And I can sell the shit out of some products, but I'm like, I don't have time to physically do it. And so anyway, people were really happy when that lady got hired because now they actually got all their stuff.
Weird how that happens.
Yes.
Strangest thing, when you ship something that somebody paid for, they're happy.
Yes.
Who would have heard such a crazy fucking story?
So it was a little bit tough to get that one off because like I have all these really great ideas, but you have to have the right people in place to execute said things.
I have a little saying that I used to be, and I'm not criticizing you by any means, but I used to be a little bit like what you're describing is shiny light object. Oh, there's money over here. There's money over here. You can do this and make money. And finally, I lost my ass in a few of these areas. And finally, a guy said to me, he said, if everything's important, nothing's important. He said, stick to your fucking wheelhouse. Stick to what you're really good at and do that. Give that 110% of your effort. Quit trying to do 5 over here and 10% here and 15% here because you're not doing any of it justice. Yes. And when our company was really big, I had 7 managers underneath me. And we used to say that in management meetings all the time. If everything's important, nothing's important. So what are the top 3 things that we're going to do in the next 60 days? You know what I mean? Or top 2 things. Not top 10 things. You know what I mean? So you got to be careful of that, following that shiny object.
Well, and also I think a big problem when you have the type of personality is that you want to do everything yourself, and you know you can do it, but then you have to get real with yourself of I don't have time to do this, and then maybe it's not making enough money for me to dedicate my time over there. You know, so I'm like, okay, I got to figure this out. I was just talking to my girl in the office, and I was like, I'm getting pretty good at delegating, man. Yeah. I'm like, 5 stars for like the last 2 years. But where you have to get the right people in those positions. So like, you know, last year I left all year, but I have great people in place now. And so when I got that set up with the aminos, well, then that one's mostly on autopilot. So then I can just, you know, I joke because I'm like, the last few years I still mostly have made it for myself, but like the last 2 years it's really grown. And then this last year it really grew because I actually like focused a little bit on just talking about it. Not even a ton. Like I've never paid any money to advertise that company. Not even a ton of stuff, but just talking about it a little bit on my social media. And it's just something that we believe in. We feed it. It's just meant to help you get the most out of your feed, the good stuff that you're already doing. So that company grew. Oh man, I think it tripled what it did.
I'll give you a little advice, whether you want to hear it or you want to do it, it's up to you. Watch your fucking money.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have heard your.
I'm not saying your employees are bad, but I'm going to get some shit for this. I just assume everybody's stealing from me.
Yep.
And when you make that assumption, you won't get stolen from.
Yep.
So you're in a little bit of a deal. When you grow so quickly, it's very easy to forget checks and balances.
Yeah.
So whoever's looking at your money, whoever's doing your money, whoever's doing your bookkeeping, make sure you have an outside firm doing an audit of you at least every 3 years for sure. Every other year. You make sure whoever's touching your fucking money, you be the only one that signs checks. Be the only one that writes the check. I was always phenomenal at making money. I was really good at that. What I sucked at is being back at the office and double checking people that I was paying a lot of money to, because I thought, okay, I can't be on the road and in the office. I can't be 2 places at once. So I'm out on the road doing clinic after clinic after clinic, bringing in piles of money, thinking that if I'm paying a CFO $140,000, $150,000 a year, they're taking care of my money. They're helping me. They're making sure that, you'd be surprised how many people in the accounting world will actually steal from you. You'd be surprised how many people that are handling your money. So I live by this rule. Employees will do what you inspect, not expect.
Yeah.
Now, the rare employee, and they're pretty rare, but they're out there, they'll do what you expect, even though they know you won't inspect it.
Yeah.
But 9.5 times out of 10, employees, when they know you'll inspect them, will do just enough to keep your foot out of their ass.
Yeah.
So never forget that. So as you're growing, it's real good to see that growing. And then the other thing you better keep a real fucking close eye on is what your expenses are. I always used to pay attention to the gross, as long as I was grossing more. But now I pay a lot of attention to the net. What am I fucking keeping?
Yeah.
What am I keeping? What am I keeping? What are my expenses? And when I started really paying a lot more attention to that, I started making a lot more money too. But just be careful of the money, because especially when you're on the road, when you're traveling, you're not in the office. I hate to say it like this, as you get wealthier, you'll find more people are bolder about stealing from you.
Yeah.
I don't know if they think that they're entitled to it because you've made more money. Fuck it, he's not going to miss it. You know what I mean? It's funny, I learned this lesson when I almost went bankrupt. It's probably going back at least 10 years now, longer than that. I almost went bankrupt. I grossed $14 million one year and lost $375,000 the same year. It's the only year in business I ever lost money. And I was embarrassed that I collected that much money and still lost money, okay? So at that point, I'm fucking checking every credit card. I'm checking signing every check. I'm fucking going through the money like you wouldn't believe. So I see this credit card statement for like $249 for XM radio. And I'm thinking, well, on a credit card statement. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, well, I didn't fucking order XM radio. So I called the warehouse manager in and I said, what is this XM radio thing? And I called the warehouse manager, and I had a full-time truck driver at the time, but was on tour constantly driving my rigs everywhere. And the truck driver says, that's for XM radio. I bought 3 years worth of XM radio. And I said to him, what would make you think that it's okay to spend $250 of my money on fucking XM radio when I didn't tell you it was okay, you didn't come ask me, you didn't do nothing, okay? And he immediately... He said, well, it's only $13 a month, like that. Like I was just some cheap piece of shit. It's only $13 a month. And I had the most perfect comeback in the world. I looked at him and I said, great. If it's only $13 a month, you don't mind paying it, do you? He canceled that subscription 3 days later. It cost $50 to recancel it.
Yeah.
When it was his $13, he sure gave a fuck. Mm-hmm. When it was my $13, he thought I was a cheap motherfucker for not paying for it. That taught me a really valuable lesson about employees. Don't ever think that they'll respect your fucking money like you'll respect your fucking money. So if you don't inspect it, you don't check it, you don't go over it, don't think that they're going to have your back. Now, the odd one will. Yeah. I'm not going to say that. The odd one will. I've got a handful of phenomenal people now, but I trust them with my open safe. But they had to prove that over many fucking years.
For sure. Many
fucking years. So don't ever think that anybody gives a shit about your money like you do, because they fucking don't. Yeah, when I said, well, if it's only $13 a month, you won't have trouble paying for it. And he canceled it. That showed me a huge lesson. I was a cheap ass because I didn't want to pay it, but when it hit $13, he cut that out real fucking quick. Yeah. I got a good lesson on human nature that day, you know? Yeah. Let's back up a little bit. Where's this fucking stud? He's out with broodmares getting the shit kicked out of him. You bring him in as a 2-year-old, you start riding him, what happens?
Yeah, so I have this idea because he's a stallion and he's Palomino and he's by this racehorse stallion and he's the only one. And I was like, I want this horse to be like Coca-Cola.
Fair enough.
Like everybody's going to know his name.
Yep.
And so I start to share some when he was little, but like right about when he gets into, 2-year-old or whatever, I beg and plead and Rodney to take him because at this time now, Rodney has had I've had 2 horses behind Rodney, and I won futurities on both of them. So a sister to the one mare, and I had one at that.
So Rodney's a colt starter up in
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all he does for a living is start colts.
No, they're ranchers.
Okay, but he starts colts.
But he
as well.
starts some colts.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
So I beg and beg and beg for him to take him because I just have it in my heart that like, okay, I want to leave him a stallion. Rodney's a hell of a horseman, and then he can learn how to be on the ranch. So like they're like when you leave there, they ask you if you have gas in your truck, like they're way out there.
Live out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. And so I just have this idea. I'm like, I don't want him to start in an arena. I want him to like, go do the things. So I get him back from Rodney.
After what, 90 days, 6 months?
He
How
was
long?
there probably like 5 months.
Okay.
I don't know how much time he exactly has on him, but Rodney does a great job with whatever time he has. He does a great job.
Fair enough.
And so I get him back. Well, I got him back in the middle of May, and I had saved a couple mares for him because I really wanted to cross him on some of my mares. And it's a little controversial, but for me, like if I don't believe in the stud or I don't like what he produces, I do not want them.
Yep.
It's a shitload of time and money and effort
very much
to
so.
promote a stallion. So I bred him to like 5 mares
As a 2-year-old.
as a 2-year-old.
Live cover, you jerked him off. How did this go down?
Just at the breeding farm.
But
the
live
AI.
cover or AI? Oh, AI.
All AI.
Okay. It's not like you turned him out with some unpregnant mares and he went to town.
No.
Okay.
And so I get him back and I start riding him, and my girlfriend is a professional photographer or whatever. And so I'm like, this is where I'm like really pushing her to be like, I need video. Like, you're starting to see all the 4K.
So you were talking about the fall of his 2-year-old year now.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I convince her to start doing like the reels, basically. Of like, okay, I want to start videoing all of his training, and anytime he goes to town or anything he's doing, like I want to share everything on this colt. And I laugh because, I have a lot of respect for my colt starters, but I feel like they can always tell you if you want to keep him a stallion or not. So I remember after Rodney had him for like a month, I called him and I was like, or I messaged him, and he says, I was like, do you think this horse is worth keeping a stallion? And he says, well, if you cut him, you might want to keep him on the shelf because you'll want him later.
Fair
So I was like, that's good, because colt starters never want you to keep stud.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
that's a fair point.
So I get going and I, start training him, start dragging him everywhere. I do like literally everything on him. So like he stands tied to the trailer. We go to the breeding farm. He's learning to collect and stuff still. And then I, bring him back, tie him up to the trailer and ride him and ride.
So you're kind of doing like an ongoing journal of the horse.
Yes.
Okay.
So trying to share everything.
Yeah.
Which, as a stallion owner, it's super risky.
Oh, yeah.
Because he could totally flop.
Very much so.
So we get, he starts going to 3-year-old year. So now I'm starting to haul him and exhibition him, like practice.
So let's back up a little bit here. How is he training? Do you like the way he's riding? Is he good? Easy,
incredible.
hard? You
Easy,
feel
so
power?
easy.
What? Tell me about the training process.
He's so easy. And I think people think he has more time because he just does it. But what was really happening is I would have him in the barn, and then I would ride him, and he would be way ahead of where he was supposed to be. So I'd kick him back out for 2 weeks,
right.
And then I'd bring him in and ride him for a week, and then I'd kick him back out, because literally anything you showed him, he just had it.
Okay, so you're happy with the way he's training?
Yeah, he's like, he's growing, and I'm not sure how fast he's going to be yet, but we're like, but he just takes everything in stride.
Let me ask a stupid question from a non-barrel racer. Can you tell how fast they're going to be as a 2 or early 3-year-old, or you just got a feeling?
Sort of.
Is it a power thing?
Probably, I would say it's more of a feeling. Like I could kind of feel how fast they're going. He's pretty deceiving. But generally, and then I think mentally, because that's the thing about barrel horses, is they can't just be fast. Like they have to
keep their shit together as they go fast.
Or you'll be in really, and that's where I think you see horses that don't succeed as futurity horses, but maybe they're good when they're like 9 years old, but I don't have that kind of time. So I need them to be mentally mature very early is what I look for.
Okay. So you take him to the fall futurities. What happens?
So
is he, first of all, doing all this social media and this posting, is it going well? Is it not going well?
So as a 3-year-old, he breeds 85 mares.
Okay, so you breed him as a 2-year-old to a handful of mares, and the start of his 3-year-old year, 85 mares.
Yeah. So
and what stud feed does he have at this point?
I'd like 1,500.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Right.
like nothing. And I think it's for him. So I'm sure there'll be people that do disagree, but it's a double-edged sword because so like when he was a 2-year-old, he bred mares and they went and got rode, and when he was a 3-year-old, 85 mares. That's a full season. So like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, all season when he was home, and then I was dragging him with me everywhere while I'm hauling 2 other mares, and then it's literally just another day for him. So it's very clear.
So the breeding farm didn't hurt his mind or
No,
make him
not at
study,
all.
because it will fuck up some horses.
Yeah.
Especially in a 3-year-old year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You start breeding them like that and trying to ride them all at the same time, it's a fucking disaster.
And it was literally like we would, breed him, and then I'd bring him home, and I'd jump on, saddle him up, and ride him, and like literally just these are the things that are expected of you. Get with it, you know. And so as we come into that next season as a 4-year-old, a lot of people, you have to really worry about stallions because you can't control the situation when you get to the show, right? Like I can't control who's behind me in the stalls or, who tied their mare
Is there
up.
a lot of studs at barrel races or not?
Yeah,
there
at
is.
the futurities for sure.
Futurities, okay.
Yeah.
So did you futurity him at the end of his 3-year-old year?
Yes.
And how did he do?
So the first run he had was at the BFA in a slot race. So I bought him a slot. And so I remember so this horse has always been, like, he's so good mentally. Okay, so you get to the slot race. The slot race is the most similar to a rodeo. So there's really loud music, and the seats are packed. Like, it's the thing to watch.
It's an event.
It's an event. Okay, so we get there, and I laughed because I was like, I'm really glad that my trailer was so far away at Lazy E because I probably would have chickened out. But I'm in an O-ring, so I make the call. Like, I ride him in another bit during the week, but I'm like, I think I still need to stay in the O-ring to run him. Okay. Well, I get in the warm-up pen, and he is like chomping the bridle and like nerves, and people are going by, and he's like bucking. Like, I can't even like do. I'm like, oh my gosh, if I would have had my vet box closed or anything I could have changed, I probably would have changed it in that instance.
Yeah.
This is where you like get in trouble if you change your mind, So I'm like, okay, this is what I decided, so this is what I think I should do. Well, he's like chomping at the bit, just nerve, but it's all 3-year-olds. There's 53-year-olds. The music's cranked.
Yeah.
Shit's scared everywhere. All the other horses are scared. It's dark,
Yeah.
It's the whole
It's
thing.
like the fucking blind leading the blind.
It's terrible. Yeah. Okay. So I'm like, oh man. And I remember Nikki asking, she's like, is he always like this? I was like, he's never like this, and I'm nervous. He's nervous. So I'm like, man, everybody's tuned in to watch because I've hyped this sucker up for 2 freaking years. He's fixing to launch my ass. So I get up there, and have you been to Lazy E?
No.
Okay, well, it's a huge facility, but you have the lower arena, and then you have to like walk up a dirt path to the big building. And so I remember I walk in there, and it's dark, and then Fallon's a good friend of mine too. Okay, so Fallon sends me this outfit, and I just remember like looking down, and I'm like, man, these pants are like really blue and sparkly. Like, if you're gonna like have everybody staring at you, they're gonna be staring at you. And I have like this crazy shirt on, and then I have my hat, which is like the blue tie-dye hat. Okay, this is the first day of the crazy hat. Okay, so then they're like thinking I spilled bleach on it or something. I don't know. I've heard everything. So I walk up to the door. Well, you're in the dark, and then you get into the building, and it's like all the music. They're running because I'm like, I think I drew number 21. So I was like, I gotta be ready for that or whatever. And as soon as I walk up to that gate, he's like all chomping and nervous. He takes a big deep breath, drops his head, and walks right in. And I was like, oh hell yeah, we're ready now,
That's
so
awesome.
He goes in there and he runs I think he was a 15.5, which is really fast, takes the lead in the slot race. And one girl at the end got me, so he ended up second, and he won $35,000. But I remember when he made his run, and he made a beautiful run, and I got into the alley. I did it.
Yeah, you did it.
No one died.
Yeah.
We took the lead.
Yeah.
We didn't suck. I didn't get bucked off on TV, like whole thing, And so, and I think I run him so they have 2 more days of the race or whatever. So he ends up third in the juvenile, is what they call it. And he tripped really bad the first round. So like he was like, he would have won it, I think. But, I lost some time when he fell. And so I go to the next futurity, at Oklahoma City, and he places in
What month is
around
that?
there. This is in December.
Okay.
And he places there, and I end up 4th. Well, so now I'm like kind of annoyed because I'm like, okay, I was 2nd in the slot race, 3rd in the juvenile, 4th in the rookie. And I'm like, what the hell, guys? I'm going the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
So we go to the Jingle Bell Classic in Perry, and I'm like, we're going to get a handle here. Well, he wins both rounds, wins the futurity, and then he just kind of never really went back. So
Okay.
part of the manifesting on him was before he won $5, the highest money earned by a futurity stallion was $300,000. And so I kept saying, before he won anything, I'm going to win $300,000 on this horse. That's a lot of money on a horse anyway, but then on a stallion, I'm like, that's a lot of money.
So let me ask you about that. Historically, do studs outperform mares or mares outperform studs?
I would say mares and geldings.
Do they? Okay. Like in the reining, as a good rule of thumb, there's way more reining futurity finalists that win money as stallions than mares. It's probably 3/4 studs and 1/4 mares and geldings. You know what I mean? And, cutting, a lot of mares can be extremely competitive against the studs, if not more. So I just wondered, in your industry, is there a kind of percentage of what wins more?
The stallions are definitely going to be less, I would say. Like, there's a lot of them.
Is that because they're not as fast? Is that because there's not as many stallions competing? Is it because their balls get in the road of their mind? And what's your gut feeling?
I think they lack focus, when it counts, or the pressure. Like, you really got to have them just dial into the pressure. And I feel like the stallions are looking over this way.
Well, it's pussy everywhere.
Yeah.
Yes. So I can't blame them.
It can get them in trouble. And I think, too, like a lot of times, I don't know if they do it in other disciplines, but I know that they do give a lot of stallions alternatives and stuff like that to suppress them. I don't believe in that because I'm probably one of the few trainers that is actually at the breeding farm with them.
Yeah.
So I could see both sides.
Yeah,
and
it just lowers their fertility rate.
Yeah, and I'm like, I think a lot of maybe stallions in our industry have problems later because they were run on for so long,
the other drug,
years
yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah.
And I understand the trainers because they're just trying to get them through their program.
Yeah, that's true.
And a stallion takes an incredible amount of time.
Yeah, it does.
But
so he starts doing good that fertility year, and it keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
at this point, the marketing's paying off. The horse is being as good as you hoped he was going to be. So what happens now?
So
he's not quite full yet.
We're still having a teeny bit of controversy because I don't know if you ever seen the video of him like leaping through the air.
No, what happened?
At the BFA. So before the slot race. So for me, I'm like, okay, as a horseman, first, I'm like, I have this 3-year-old stallion. It's cold outside. I just gave him a bath because he's white and he wants to be green. So like, give him a bath or whatever. Everyone around him and anybody that's at my stalls, everybody's nervous for that night, right? Like you can feel like the energy is just like, and the horse.
What show is this again?
For the slot race.
Okay.
So like the horse feels like, what the hell's wrong with all of y'all, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody's like coming to see him and all these things. So I give him a bath or whatever, and he's like almost dry, and it's cold outside. And I'm like trying to get him to dry off in the sun, and he's like freaking leaping through the air.
When I got him on a lunge line.
I'm on a lead rope.
And he
never does it at me anyway, which is a whole other thing. But he's always been like really playful. And his ego started when he got broke.
Okay.
He was so good at everything. Like, that's how he got an ego.
Right.
And so there's this video of him, like, leaping through the air. And I was joking. I was like, well, if he wins the slot race, I told Jolene that, who's between the reins. I was like, if he wins the slot race, I'm posting that video. Well, he got second. So I posted it. She was like, you better post it anyway. So he's like leaping through there. Oh my gosh. So like they freaking call for his nuts like everywhere. And I'm like, and honestly, I'm like, when you're there and the whole thing, you kind of get it, but he's a little bit out there anyway, but he's such a unique individual, but I know he's unique from the very, like I have other stallions and I'm fine. Belly kick them, do whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
And not saying he's never got a belly kick because he has, but that like, he's just such a unique individual though. And so, like, he's always really playful and, like, all these things, and it drives people nuts.
Why?
Because they say, so I laugh because I'm like, they probably tagged
the
you
reason
9
I say
million
why,
times.
We're talking about the fucking barrel racing industry.
Oh, I
the
know.
shit that you bitches put up with blows my fucking mind. So to think there's other women in the barrel horse industry criticizing your horse for jumping in the air on the end of a lead rope is laughable. Have you crazy bitches? I'm going to look into the camera. Have you crazy bitches seen your horses in the alleyway? Have you seen them before you run?
Oh my God.
It's like this is like the most hypocritical shit I've ever heard. People in the barrel racing industry criticizing your horses jumping in the air in the fucking lead line. You bitches love crazy horses.
And I laugh because I'm like, it's literally because he has nuts. Like that's literally why. So we get through.
Now, would I tolerate it? Fuck no. But it doesn't matter. I'm not in your world.
Would you tolerate it if you won $1 million?
I would suck his dick for $1 million. Let's just get that straight right now. He could jizz all over my face. I couldn't give a flying fuck. For $1 million, I'll teach him to be a circus horse and jerk off at the same time. So are we clear where I am on this?
100%.
Righto.
So that's why I laugh because through this whole year, because he's a goofball, but like he's, so I'm sure too as a trainer, so you have a lot of horses that you like, but you're only going to have a few horses that you are like, this is the horse, like a very unique bond with.
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
And so like, this is that horse. So
Fair
like
enough.
I've had a lot of winners that aren't fun.
Yeah.
He's fun. I laugh every single day. Like
so you and him gel.
He's literally my pet. Okay?
You and him gel
and just so good at anything you throw at him. And the more pressure you put on him, just the sharper he gets.
So let's talk about now. You have a great futurity year. Do you remember how much he wins from November of his 3-year-old year to November of his 4-year-old year? Do you remember how much he wins?
So he breaks the Stallion record in June.
Oh, so wins over 300 grand so far.
By June.
Yep.
And then he breaks the all-time futurity horse in November. And then he breaks the all-time money one by a futurity horse, like open and anything in December.
That's awesome. So you shatter a bunch of records.
So yeah, he wins like $560,000 his futurity year.
That's fucking awesome. Congratulations.
Thank
so you
you.
kick ass. Everything's going great, correct? 4-year-old year happens. So now he's basically 4 coming 5. What do you do with him? Well, first of all, you're coming into the breeding season, correct?
Yes.
As a 4-year-old. So what's his stud fee that next breeding season?
So I think as a 4-year-old, it was $2,500, and then as a 5-year-old, I think it was $4,500.
Okay, so $2,500 as a 4-year-old.
We still have way too much interest still.
Okay, so at $2,500, how many mares did he breed that breeding season?
So his
roughly
futurity year, 185.
Well, futurity year is...
As a 4-year-old.
Oh, yeah, as a 4-year-old. 185. So you're still trying to breed that many horses and take him to the futurities as well?
We did it.
God damn, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, if he was home, he jumped 3 days a week.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a lot. Well, he must be very good-minded because most studs would lose
That's the funny part, right?
Most studs would lose their shit getting jumped that much and having to be trained and ridden and all that shit. To that, especially the futurity year. Later, 5, 6, 7-year-old, it's not as bad because they're a lot more trained in the cow, horse, and reining world. Okay, so So now we get through the end of a futurity year. So he started to be 4. What happens that 4-year-old year?
So
no, 5-year-old year. I keep getting the years. As a 5-year-old.
And as a 4-year-old, he won 10 futurities. He was reserve at 5, and he was in the top 5 at another 8.
Okay, so that's pretty unheard of.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah.
Yeah.
So the cool thing is on him is it wasn't like, we have the incentives and stuff like that. I always joke that I can get my shit together when it counts, like for that stuff. Cause I'm like, so that was without any 100,000 slot race. Like he only won 35,000.
Yeah.
And then without any of those like really big incentive races, cause it just didn't work out at those particular races. So, and then from that point, I'm like, okay, now how do I make this horse the best? Like, I'm off to a good start. How do I make him the best? And I was like, I'm going to rodeo. So, like, we had talked about...
This is his 5-year-old year now.
Yes.
Okay. So, why do you want to rodeo?
I think it's a different... so, my thought process on this is that it's a way different market. And then also, we had a lot of people that were like, well, he's really fast, but, like, it's not going to be the same if you rodeo, like, or he wouldn't be as good in a rodeo, or...
Why? What's the theory?
So, with the futurities and stuff, you get your exhibitions, you get your practice in the pen or whatever, and then you get to run, and you get 2 rounds, and it pays average. A rodeo is like inside, outside, weird ass setups, different types of ground. I mean, it's just like
you don't get
flip a
to
coin.
do an exhibition first.
You don't get in the arena.
So it's
a lot of
one and
times.
done. You got to perform right here, right now.
Yeah, in all kinds of crazy setups.
Situations.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I was like, well, it's a different crowd though, completely different fan base to do rodeo versus futurity. And so, and then I also knew like at this point, like I'm not sending them off to anybody. Like I decided like we didn't want to sell them or anything. And so I was like,
Have
I'm
you
gonna
got
keep
people
him.
trying to buy the horse at this
Everybody's tried to buy him at this
Okay,
point. Yeah.
right, okay.
But I think that they're starting to see from all my dumb videos that he's like my pet, you know, too. So, and I think, you know, I think that I got this horse at this time in my life so that I didn't have to sell him.
Yeah, fair
I've
enough.
had to sell everything else that was even
Yeah.
remotely talented. And this is the one that like I actually do enjoy
Yeah.
doing. So we go and I say, okay, I tell my family, I'm going to take 2 years to rodeo. And so like, it's a big commitment because I have all these colts that I got to figure out what to do with and all the, you know, I got all these other balls in the air that I'm going to have to figure this out. And I've never rodeoed.
Their hearts thunder for us, their flesh and bone pushed to lift us higher, carry us faster, and stop on a dime. And when they've had a great ride, they deserve a great recovery. They deserve a cold creek. Cold Creek Spas offer state-of-the-art 35-degree aerated saltwater therapy, proven to reduce injury, speed recovery, and keep them at peak performance. Cold Creek Therapeutic Spas. This water is for winners.
How do you know what it takes to become successful? Talk to someone who's done it. Clinton Anderson became a multi-millionaire by leveraging his passion for horse training into a global brand and media empire, starting with nothing but the change in his pocket and the will to succeed. In doing so, he revolutionized an industry and became a celebrity. Now, you can put his experience and advice to work for your business. With Clinton Anderson's business consultancy, you can tap into Clinton's unique perspective, hear his straight talk, and get his no-nonsense advice. Just imagine yourself armed with Clinton's hard-earned knowledge and entrepreneurial spirit. So whether you own a ranch or any sort of business at all, we invite you to discover the transformative power of Clinton Anderson's leadership and innovation in your business. Call 1-888-287-7432 to take your business to the next level today.
Breaking Bad is by the hottest stallion in the industry out of a great mare, Sweet Abra. He is athletic, extremely cowy, and was easy to train. He's a 3-time major events open champion with lifetime earnings of $230,000 and counting. He is subscribed to all the major NCHA and NRCHA programs and is in the Legacy Bonus Program with an estimated payout of $1 million at this year's NCHA Futurity. His 2026 breeding fee is $4,500 plus shoot fee. Breaking Bad is owned by Fultz Ranch, the previous owners of Metallic Cat and Stevie Ray Vaughan, the same people that made those two stallions household legendary names in the cutting and cow horse industries. Mention the Uncut Real Raw Podcast for free apparel with a paid contract. This episode is brought to you in part by Real Cow, bringing the most realistic mechanical cow experience to your training program. When you tell your family you're going to rodeo, what does that entail?
So I know that I'm going to be leaving for significant amount of time. And then I know like for the summer, I'm going to be leaving. So
Leaving for like weeks on end,
Like-
months on end, what?
summer.
Right, 3-4 months.
Yeah, leaving. And so, you know, at this time though, I have a really good team in place for my other business stuff. And then I'm like, okay,
The
we're going to,
supplements.
yep. And then we're going to make sure that we're doing, you know, just, he needs to be seasoned because there's a lot of, it's so different. Like he's never been in the performances at this time. Like he's never been in anything that's, you know, crazy crowds or side gates or whatever weird setup. So I'm thinking that he needs to be seasoned his 5-year-old year. And then I would try to make the finals this year
On his 6-year-old year.
as a 6-year-old. Because so the way rodeo is structured, if you don't rodeo the year before, you don't get into any big rodeos. So like,
What do you mean by that?
so like last year I didn't
You just
get,
can't enter up into a rodeo?
no, they do have some qualifiers for some of them, but when when we were trying to decide at the end of his futurity year, I was like, we have these huge, massive goals we're trying to accomplish. So I didn't want to like veer off the path, right? I was like, we're almost there. I feel like you just focus, get your futurity year done, then we can go on to the next thing. And so, like I wasn't in Fort Worth or Houston or San Antonio or any of those. Well, those are huge money rodeos. Like, I mean, it pays $20,000 to win Fort Worth. I think it paid $70,000 to win Houston. San Antonio is going to pay a ton. So it's all these big money opportunities that you don't even have the option for.
So I'm a little confused there. If they won't let you enter until you've been there the year before, well, how do you get in there the year before?
Well, there's a ton of other rodeos to enter.
Okay, so you have to enter some other rodeos.
Yeah.
You have to enter X amount of other rodeos before they'll let you enter the big ones.
Well, you need to be in the top 30 of the standings to get into those big rodeos.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, is what is the threshold? So you've got to win $30,000 in that year.
No, be in the top 30.
Be in the top 30.
Yeah.
And then you can be eligible to enter the big rodeos,
Yes.
correct? Okay, and that's
the
what
following year.
The following year, not that year.
Yes.
Okay, so his 5-year-old year, you decide to do that, correct?
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, well, I can't get into any of the big rodeos, so I'm going to go to the rodeos, win enough money to get into the big rodeos.
For the following year.
The following year, and then I'm going to try to make a run for the NFR.
Okay.
And so, anyway, Adios went to 7 rodeos. And then he was
Are you taking a pile of horses? Just him?
Just him, yeah.
Just him in the trailer,
Yep.
living quarters trailer, etc. When you're going to these rodeos, do they have stalls for the horses? Do you tie them up to the trailer? Like, where do you keep these horses?
Stalled or hot fence.
Okay, electric fence or stall. Okay.
So I laugh too because, for as crazy as my stallion is, he literally lives in one strand of hot fence. Like, who the hell knows even where next to the carnival.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Like, he's a very good boy on the road.
Yeah.
And so he goes to those like 7, 8 rodeos and then he says, hold my beer. And that was
So does he do well at the
literally
rodeos? Is there any change in, was
So-
there anything you had to adapt to? Talk about that. Training-wise, adaption, what happened?
So in the winter, it's all like buildings kind of. And so the problem I was having was like he would get into like a performance and it's so loud in the tunnel, and then the alleyways at these places would be really long, and then you like get up in the pen and the barrel's right there, and he would be freaking rolling in.
He'd
like
overrun
a
the first
freight
barrel.
train, yeah. And then like I entered Odessa, and that was like I think that was the first rodeo I went to. Was Odessa, and he like rolls up in there and like broadsides at the first barrel, like completely falls down. I come off of him.
He hits the barrel and falls down.
He finishes the pattern without me. Yeah.
That's cool.
And then like comes back and then I laugh because this year they were like, do you want to enter Odessa? And I was like,
I'm good.
I'm good. And so he just would come in there so damn strong. Well, in the
So was it a
fraternities-
shorter distance between the start time and the first barrel
Yeah.
at rodeos?
Yeah, a lot of it. In the winter. Yeah, in a
Okay.
really
In the
long
winter.
alleyway.
Okay.
So, and then I'm in an O-ring.
Yep.
And, you're not really holding on to that sucker when he really wants to
Yeah,
go.
in a O-ring snaffle.
Yeah.
I agree.
And so I can, I haven't quite mastered, the approach. And then I get to Lake Charles, and I get him in the arena. I never get him in the arena, not at this point. I'm just usually going, well, I get there early so I can get in the arena. Well, in the back, they have a black banner, and it has some bank or something. Well, it has those air holes, that they cut in there, and all the calves are sticking their damn heads through this freaking banner. And Adios is like, hell no.
So he's scared to death of it.
Of the I call them the tarp cows. Okay, he's not scared of anything normally, and he don't want no part of it. So I get in there, he spins the shit out of the first barrel. I'm like, oh, we're fixing to get it now. We turn the second, and he changes leads 19 times to the third barrel, and
Because those calves are coming up.
I barely squeak around it, and I'm out of the money because I'm like, he didn't even try to run up there.
Yeah.
He was like, no, thank you, and I was like, okay, so maybe I don't need to give him something to be scared of.
Good point.
So
this is when people are telling you rodeos are unpredictable, this is the kind of shit you're talking about.
Yes.
Where it's just weird shit's going to happen.
Totally things you can't even think of.
Okay.
are
Is it
gonna happen.
unheard of, again, excuse my ignorance, but is it unheard of to rodeo a 5-year-old? Is that young for a rodeo horse? Not really.
It is young for a rodeo horse.
Okay.
I think there's very, very few of them that have been successful
That young.
as a 5-year-old.
Okay.
You know, they might be good like here and there, but you're seasoning them, right?
Yes.
So with Adios, I just didn't have anything else to run that was fast enough. So I really heavily depended on him.
So if you're in the top 30 the year before, you can change out whatever horse you want to take to
Horse
the big
doesn't
rodeo.
matter. You can ride any of them.
Okay, now I'm getting there. So it doesn't have
Yeah.
to be on that horse. As long as you're in the top
Correct.
30, you're good for the big rodeos.
Yes.
Okay, so let's keep going through the year. How's the rest of it going?
So I think the first check I get, this is really funny actually. So I got some good lessons early.
Yeah, tell us.
I get to Starkville, Mississippi. I get there early. And so it's a little pen. It's like same thing, really like narrow. And so I get there early and I'm like, okay, I'm going to ride around and practice. I borrowed some barrels, like pop-up barrels from somebody. And I ride around and practice or whatever. Well, I run him that night and he ends up second at the rodeo. And that was his first check. And they set an arena record and a really good horse won it. So like I was
So how many
really proud.
rodeos you done by this point now? 3,
Probably
4?
like less than 10.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let me ask you something. Coming off such a kick-ass futurity year,
Yep.
you're the fucking man, you're the woman, he's winning all-time everything. You've done 10 rodeos now, and you get your first check after 10. Are you a little bit depressed? Are you a little bit like, what the fuck has happened to this good year? Like what I'm saying is you come off such a high of winning over 500 grand the year before, and you've gone 10 times now without a check. Is this fucking with your head at all? Are you expecting this?
I think I expected
you get what I'm
some
trying
of
to
it.
say?
Yeah.
Are you like, okay, I'm not unhappy. This is what we came for.
Well,
Tell me where
because
your mind is.
Everything is so different. So it's not like we run in one place that was remotely the same as the last.
Okay.
So like I feel like every time he's having to just learn that like you're just going to show up. It's going to be some crazy situation. Just still go look for barrels.
Right.
you know, and he's having to like learn that dynamic of it. And so I don't think I'm frustrated at this because he's still very green to, there's so many things changing. So I don't feel like it's fair to harshly judge him on that.
Yes.
As a rider.
That's what I'm
as a
asking.
trainer.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking, were you expecting more? You were getting what you expected?
Yeah.
Are people criticizing the horse, saying he's a one-hit wonder? Are you getting any
I
negative
think a little bit
shit
of
on social media about
because I'm
it?
sharing him
Yes.
this part of it too. So I think a little bit of it is like, oh, you know, he's not gonna like doing this or whatever like that, you know. So from there I go to Jackson, Mississippi, which is a big rodeo. And I laugh because I'm like, that sucker come in so damn hot and I mean was freaking rolling and I run right to the dang wall. Like I wasn't even close to that first barrel. He ends up second at that rodeo.
Even doing that?
Yeah. I mean, he was flying.
Okay, he must have been really fucking flying.
While
Tricia.
I'm at Jackson, I get a call saying that I had a major rule infraction because so in barrel racing, one of the WPRA rules is that you can't practice on the stakes. So where the barrels are actually supposed to be. So you can move them like 10 feet this way or 10 feet that way, and it's still like not tear up the ground, whatever. So like I get a call from one of the directors and they're like, well, you were practicing on the stakes. And I was like, well, you know, no, ma'am, I wasn't, you know, but I apologize if like somebody said that I was or something like that. She's like, well, multiple people have told me that you were. Well, who the hell was there, first of all, right? I'm like, well, I don't even know who's there that could have even turned me in or whatever. So she's like telling me all this stuff. And I said, well, let me tell you what. I have a bunch of subscribers on Facebook. And I videoed my whole training session. I'll send it to you so you can see that the stakes are not there. So I screenshotted it and send it on or whatever. And I was like, that's a good lesson because nobody gave a shit when I was getting my ass kicked.
You're damn right they didn't.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the more money you make, Tricia, the more a certain group of people, not all, but a certain group of people will just hate your fucking guts. They want you to fail. I said this to Melanie Smith when she was sitting here, solo select, her and Ty. I said, just be careful. You're going to exchange your friends 3 or 4 times. And she said, what do you mean? I said, as you two start making a lot more fucking money, expect your friends to change. And she said, why? And I said, because people get jealous. People fucking hate on you. The more money, people think when you make more money, it's because you don't want to fuck with your old friends. No.
Not at all.
It's almost the complete opposite. You want to keep your old friends, but your old friends don't want to keep you.
Yeah.
That's typically, the more money you make, you'll find you'll hang out with different people. And it's not because you want to, it's just your friend circle will change. Mm-hmm. And you'll very much start surrounding yourself with people that are cheering you on, like fuck yeah, I hope you win $1 million this year. Mm-hmm. And then the people that don't have that attitude will absolutely veer off, get away from you, hate on you, etc.
Yeah.
So just be prepared for that. The more money you make,
That's
the
the
more
hardest-
haters you will fucking get.
That's the hardest part too. So as we continue to go. So I go to some rodeos. He starts to win money. Now I'm starting to get some traction. So
Because he's getting used to the variables, correct?
He's winning.
He's
now.
winning.
Like he's
Okay.
starting to win some checks.
Okay.
So I go down to Los Fresnos, and he's never been in an outdoor pen, never been in anything like that.
Yep.
So he's in a performance. He's in an outdoor pen. He's never not been in the pen at this point. Mm-hmm. So now he's just got to go in there and run cold. And he wins Los Fresnos. That was the first rodeo that he won. And I'll tell you a quick story from that. So they tell me that there's fireworks before the rodeo. Okay. So I'm like, okay, I'm ready. So I appreciate the heads up. Okay, so I'm parked in my rig or whatever. So when I hear that they're getting ready to like start the opening ceremony, I untie him because, you know, you expect shit to go south, okay? My dog's in my trailer at this point. So I see the fireworks at the arena. So he kind of snorts a little bit, but like kind of shakes his head, but like nothing, like he's watching the fireworks. He's like, okay, I'm okay. And I was like, oh, this is nothing. Okay, right about like right here, this shit goes off like we're in Baghdad. Shit goes freaking over my trailer, and it's like bright, huge firework right over my head. Now Adios is like, oh, no. So he's like trotting in a circle around me, like he's snorting out. The breakaway girls, their shit's going every which way. Like everybody's pissed. My dog jumps out of my window, like as I'm chasing my horse around, my dog jumps out of my freaking window of the trailer. So now I'm like yelling at my horse, yelling at my dog, like everything's going in a circle. And finally it stops or whatever. So like they have fireworks after the rodeo too. So like I run barrels, I trot back to the trailer, throw his shit off, hose him down, load him in the trailer, and I'm out of there. I'm like, no, we don't need to do this twice.
We're done.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Almost died. So he does that. So then I go to California. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it.
Do you travel by yourself? You take somebody with you?
Nope, just me.
Yep.
And so I was like, okay, I'm going to go to California. And I remember I've never left with horses. So to me, I'm like, I have no clue where I'm going to stay with a stallion or what I'm going to do. Or I literally have no clue. So I have friends out there. And so I knew I would have like some help, but I was like, I'm going to treat this like a mini summer run. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to leave, figure it out, see how it goes. And so I go out there, I enter 6 rodeos. He wins 4 of them.
Oh man.
Yeah. And then I place at the other 2. And so I'm like, you know, he's doing so good. I'm going to come home and just give him a break, keep him ready.
But you're in the top 30 at
We're
this
going to
point.
leave for I've been in the top 15 now all.
Okay, so you're good for next year is what I'm asking.
Not yet, because it's at the end.
Oh, okay.
The very, very end
Right,
of it
okay.
is how they do it. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to come home. Well, I come home, and every time I try to be freaking nice to these horses, they do something dumb. He breaks his nose.
How do you break the nose?
No idea. I have no idea. He only broke half of his nose too. Like he's in like the safest pen you could possibly think of course. And so, but there's a video.
So it's caved in?
Oh yeah, he crushed like this whole side. So there's a video, and I'm like poking his nose. He doesn't even act like it hurts him. I'm poking his nose. It's like squishy, and I'm like talking to my vet, and I'm like, Don, he broke his nose. And I was like, if this is what ends his career, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Yeah.
Like you break your nose, like come on.
Yeah.
So he has to be off then for that. And so, I mean, to this point
How do they
though,
fix that?
they don't. So we talked about it with several different surgeons, and they were like, if it was another horse, we'd probably go in and fix it. They're like, but if you don't think it's a problem, and he gets up and he chips a knee, he's like, was it worth it?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And so we ended up doing a CT scan. So that whole side of his nose is crushed, and his tear ducts all crushed.
So were you worried about him breathing then?
Yes, because that's like
Yeah.
the biggest thing. So I did notice, like the first couple runs back, I did kind of notice a little bit of a difference. Like
Sound.
you can hear it sometimes, or when he's grazing, like if I'll like hand graze him, sometimes I can kind of hear it a little bit, like he's just like a little bit of forced air. But really, I mean, after a couple rodeos, I haven't even noticed.
Okay, so he adapted well.
He adapted very good.
So you
to
go
that.
back on the road in the fall then?
In the summer.
In the summer.
So now we're leaving for the summer.
Okay.
So now I have to figure out like I don't know, how do you plan to leave for 4 months or whatever? I really didn't even, at this point, I'm still not quite thinking like I'm going to try to make the finals. I'm leaving for the summer with like 50,000 won though, so I'm in a good spot. If it goes a little bit my way, I have a good shot. But I'm still
So
just
you could
eye on the
technically
prize.
still qualify for the NFR that year.
Yeah.
Right. It's not necessarily a goal of yours, but it's...
Because I didn't think I would be able to do it without the big money rodeos.
Okay.
You know, because it's really hard to do that. And so I go and I start going for the summer. He has a pretty good summer. And then he ends up, you know, qualifying for a bunch of other bigger like fall rodeos and stuff. So he starts doing that. Well, rodeo is probably the hardest mentally that you're going to do, because like you're literally out there with your 1 horse or 2 horses, not a lot. You don't have a lot of horses on the trailer, and you're driving a really long way. Like you might drive 8 hours and catch a barrel, and then you got to drive 10 freaking hours to the next place. You know, like it's the
next day kind of a deal?
Oh yeah. Like you're there. I joke because like sometimes they're like, what do you do during the week when you're on the road? And I'm like, nothing. You hope that he's sleeping, because you literally like get out, run. I mean, you're having to make a lot of runs now. And so I've never had to run a horse that much. And also it's...
How did you adjust your training for that?
I don't even know. Like a lot of people ask, but he was so mentally good. So like it's a double-edged sword, because if it wouldn't have been that horse, I wouldn't have done it. Like I knew that horse could.
Yeah.
You know, and if he would have been a gelding, I probably wouldn't have done it. You know, as a stallion though, it's worth the time.
So the more you're running him, is he acting better or worse as far as, is he getting hotter? Is he getting more nervous? Is he getting more seasoned? Is he getting cool, calm, and collected?
Just understands the assignment. I could tell when he's like, hadn't made a run in a couple weeks or something, you know, he'll be a little strong the first run back, but then just settles back into it.
Righto, so your rodeo, it's going well in the summer. What happens next?
So he kind of keeps me in there, keeps me in the top 15 the whole time. Well, now I'm like at 15. So I remember we're in Puyallup, Washington, and he didn't do great there. It wasn't bad, but like I think I was 1 from making it back to the finals. But he does not love, like when the arena has like, if this is your timer and then that's the gate. So if it's like a short area to stop, he doesn't like that. Like he likes the alleyway.
Yep.
And when you go in the north and the northwest, it's like a closed arena, and they want him to like loop.
Okay.
He doesn't loop. He doesn't see the point in going left when he knows he has to go out the gate to the right.
Fair enough.
He's just like, there's a lot of things he is great at. That is not one of them.
Fair enough. And you're a no-ring snaffle.
yeah, I'm in an O-ring. And so I missed it by 1. I remember somebody asking, they're like, what are you going to do when you don't make the finals? Well, at this point, I'm like, oh, I'm freaking getting there, because I'm like, I don't want to waste.
So did it become a goal at that point to make the NFL?
Yeah, because it was so hard to win 100,000. That's the hardest 100,000 I've ever had to win. It was so hard. And I'm like, what if I have to do this again?
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, you know, because he worked. He put in so much work for that to go how it was going, you know.
Okay.
So I joked and I was like, oh, I'm making the finals. And so I always joke that I swear my horse speaks English. Okay, I swear it. So I get back and I'm like, you know, when I get back down towards Texas, it's gonna be more my kind of setups, you know. And so I get down here, we stop in at Albuquerque, and I joke and I'm like, okay, Adios, like you're gonna have to step it up part. I'm running out of time.
Yeah.
And so it's more of his kind of setup, takes the lead to Albuquerque. So then we drive, like the next night, I'm up at Abilene. So we drive to Abilene, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm like bottom of the ground and everything, last out. And, you know, but I'm still like.
How much does that affect? Okay.
A lot.
Because I know you barrel racing bitches are crazy about fucking ground.
But in rodeo,
so how much does it
sure
really
matters.
affect their run if you're last in the draw. Like,
It can.
the joke in
it can a
the
lot.
industries is you can never please a barrel racing woman when it comes to ground. Okay, that's the fucking
sure.
joke. Okay,
Yeah.
So tell me the truth. How much does it really matter at the
So
rodeo?
I would say, in my opinion, from the futurity side, I would say it could make the difference like a couple tenths. Like maybe you're not going to win the round, for instance, but you still could probably be like you could probably still place. I have pretty good confidence in that. In rodeo, you ain't placing. Like
it's that dramatic.
You're out. If you're on the wrong day I've been at some bottom of the ground where they went in there and did the best they could do, and it still was half a second or more off of the pack.
So is it because they're not getting traction? Is it because it's so deep?
It could be
at
a
that
million
point?
things. Well, probably a lot of it is going to be where this one rodeo was only one time a year, and they started working it Tuesday, and they run slack Wednesday. So the ground still sucks, and then it just gets better as it's like watered and worked every single day. It just gets faster as it goes, and then they leave, and nobody does anything there for another year.
Fair enough.
You know, so I think it's just more than likely consistency. Also, different places that you go, it's going to be different people that do it. You know, I was joking because I'm like, it is a professional organization, but sometimes it's like Jim Bob's uncle that's dragging the arena. You know, so like, and it's hard because we're on really expensive horses. So like, I care. And so when we're coming back through to this point, bottom of the ground or whatever, he takes the lead at Abilene. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Because now I just secured, those were both playoff rodeos, so we're trying to get into Sioux Falls. So, like, those two runs secured him into Sioux Falls.
Has he got a bit of a fan base by now at the rodeos? Are people cheering him on?
Huge fan
cheering
base.
you on? Like,
Yeah.
you feel a support from the crowd a little bit?
He has a huge fan base.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I think as a futurity horse, he had a pretty good fan base, but rodeos definitely made him, like, that next level.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah.
It's not easy making change. It's not easy raising champions. It's not easy breeding excellence. But the equine industry demands nothing less than the finest. That's when true greatness is born. At Valley Equine, we nurture that greatness every day. We cultivate the next generation of champions, the future icons of the arena. There's a lot of dedication involved, and we've been committed for more than a decade. Through trials and triumphs, we've been there, steadfast in our mission. Today, we are the leader in equine breeding, with specialized expertise in producing tomorrow's champions. We drive the evolution of equine excellence through innovation, empowering breeders to shape the future of the industry. We firmly believe that the world of equine breeding is constantly changing, and that we can too. Advance with us. We are Valley Equine, many years in the making and committed to excellence.
Visit valleyequinerepro.com to learn more.
Nothing would please them more than to see this old piece of shit in a coffin. Oh, they want to drive a steel knife down his stupid fucking throat, and they talk about it quite often.
Righto, more hate mail. This is coming from Lyndon Billy. Lyndon Billy says, cussing is for small men. Oh my. Actually, little boys. Holy shit. Trying to act like a big man. Lyndon Billy. I'm so sorry that upset you, that my swearing. And this is all in capital letters. This entire text is in capital letters. You were mad as fuck, Lyndon. Have a wonderful day, beautiful. Silver Spurs Equine owns and stands over 30 champion performance horse stallions. They strive to provide options to top prospects for every preference and budget. Reining is the main focus of Silver Spurs breeding program, and they have developed their $1 Million Challenge as an incredible incentive that offers huge payouts to the champions of 7 different reining competitions around the world. Silver Spurs also raises about 150 foals per year at their ranch in Oklahoma, and each one is offered to the public for sale. This provides a wide variety of options to buyers looking for their next prospect, and most would be eligible for the $1 Million Challenge. Find the perfect cross of traditional performance horse bloodlines combined with the modern dynamics of today's performance horses. All available prospects can be found at silverspurssalehorses.com.
then it's like this whole debacle because I draw bad. I'm like, now we're like 2 weeks left of the season. I'm not drawing good. I'm having to turn out of a bunch of stuff because I just like logistically can't make it work. You know, we're trying to like, you're at the end. It's like the Hail Mary
So
time.
you're still needing some money to qualify.
I'm not safe. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm in the top 15, but I'm not safe.
You could get kicked out.
I could get kicked out. Yeah.
So that means you go to a few more rodeos, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have this plan. I'm like, I'm going to try all these things. I'm going to borrow some horses. I'm going to fly. I'm going to
so you can qualify on any horse and still make it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I got to keep remembering it's not about that horse.
Yes.
Okay. So can you enter up more than one horse in a rodeo to try to earn
Just
more money?
one.
Okay,
Yep.
just one horse per rodeo.
Yes.
So it's not like you can stack the odds and have 3 horses entered.
Correct.
Okay, but you can change the horses out, is
Yes.
what you're saying. Okay.
So I fly. I joke because in the very beginning of the year, like it's always just been this joke that Adios, he's got such a big ego and like he's gonna make it on his own, right? And so, but every time I try to do something different, it basically goes catastrophically wrong. So it's like I borrowed a horse for Cheyenne. That's a really nice horse. It was a terrible run. It's a super nice horse. Like he's won a bunch. It just was like not his setup. He didn't love it was just a whole thing. And I was like, I'm wasting my time. So then I go and I borrow horses for this other stuff. Same kind of deal. Like it's just not going right. So I end up canceling all the rest of my flights. And I'm like, I'm going back to Sioux Falls. They let you in the arena there. And you can win a lot of money there, like 20, 30,000. So like it could be a big jump. And so I'm like, I'm going to go back to Sioux Falls. I'm just going to focus on that, run my race. Like, this is what I'm going to be. And so I did a video right before I'm going in. Like, I'm sitting on him, getting ready to, like, go back up in the back. And I kind of had, like, this deja vu moment. And I'm like, I know that this run tonight means if I make the finals or not. Like, it's that kind of pressure. Like, we're down one run. This is it. Like, if I can make the finals, you're guaranteed $4,000. If you make the finals, I'm safe. Nobody can catch me then. If I don't make the finals, I'm out.
So you ladies are fucking counting the dollars. You're in there every night.
Pennies.
Pennies. You're counting
penny
pennies.
will count. It does not matter how you get there. A penny matters.
First time I ever heard of a woman counting pennies.
Yes. And so
usually you ladies are fucking horrible at math, but you're counting pennies. It's funny. When it comes to winning money, you bitches are counting pennies. When it comes to spending a man's money, fuck, pennies are bullshit. Let's go for the $100 bills.
So you have to know. So I go and I have it all lined up, for everything. So I do a video and I'm like, this feels like I almost feel like deja vu because I made a video at BFA and I was like in the finals and I was like, if he wins this or if he wins money here, this is where he's going to take over the high futurity horse. And he did it. And so I'm like, I'm doing my little video and I'm like, and I'm like in tears. So I'm like, this sucker don't owe me nothing. This is the end of the season. He's running his freaking guts out for me all year. He's done more than I could ever have even asked him to do. And just an incredible horse. And so I go in there and he gets back to the short round. So I'm like, okay. So like I'm pretty much 98% there. Like I think mathematically there's only like one girl that can even catch me. Anyway, it moves it around or whatever so that I'm like pretty good. But you still got to like get all the way through. So I always joke because I swear he speaks English. So then I'm like, I school him a little differently depending on what I need. So like at Sioux Falls, you have to make 2 rounds and you need to be, I think they take the top 8 back to the finals. You need to make 2 rounds. But if you hit a barrel, you're out. But if you're not fast, you're out.
Yep.
So like you need to be kind of safe, but also kind of fast. So I'll school him a little differently. So I'll keep him a little more round because it's a little bit safer of a way. Well, I come back in that morning and sharpen him up. Well, he wins the semifinals and then he ends up second in the finals. And so he ends up winning like $25,000 and we're
safe now.
Super solid. Yeah, now. So like now we're going to the finals. And I always like give that horse so much credit because like anytime you're like,
you needed him. He called.
Matters, buddy. Like I need you to step it up. He's like.
So you go home now and give him a rest, or NFR's in December.
Not
what
even
do you
close because they think it's really fun to put the circuit finals like the next week after the season ends. So I wanted to go to Pink Buckle, which is the other show. So he's in the Young Guns and stuff for that. So we literally go to Young Guns and circuit finals. So he gets home that week. He has to make like 6 runs. So I'm like,
Oh my goodness.
hell of a week.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, but then my thinking on that is I'm getting ready to have to make 10 rounds.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, 6 might be kind of good to see how
he
he
reacts,
handles
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, does he get a little, dull somewhere, or does he get excited, or like, what's he do?
Yeah.
He was fine. He did great. He ended up, he won money at Pink Buckle, and then he ended up second in the circuit finals. So he ended up reserve champion there. And that money counts towards this year's 2026 standings, which is it's all really confusing. But
Right. Well, let's move forward now. Fast forward, you go to the NFR.
Yep.
Correct? First time ever being there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is my
Is this
first
a dream
year to
of
rodeo.
yours as a young kid? Is this a
So not really,
Okay.
because rodeo doesn't make no money.
Mm-hmm.
And
If it doesn't make you no money, why do so many people do it? Is it
That's a great
prestige?
question.
Is it a status?
I think it is. I think it's a little bit of that, like the, making the finals is a big deal.
Okay.
Okay. So but that's the hardest $140,000 I've ever earned in my life.
That's what I'm getting at. It seems like
Yeah.
a lot of fucking work
Also,
and expense.
I had to have a truck shipped out to me to Caldwell. I mean, you don't ever know where you're staying. So in some places you stay, you get killed on stalls or because you don't have anywhere else to stay.
Yes.
Or, shavings that you're throwing away every day. Like, to really take care of your horses on the road.
It's very difficult. How do you take
expensive.
care of them farrier-wise?
I flew my shoer out all year.
Oh, you're shooting me. You flew him out to where you were. So did he have a set of equipment in your truck, or how did that work?
I bought everything he needed
Mm-hmm.
to keep with me. And then I had him pre-shape shoes for Adios that if I jerked a shoe somewhere, that anybody could just put it on.
Yeah.
Because if you have supplies, it's not that hard to find somebody to put one on.
Yeah.
But if you don't have any supplies, it's really tough.
So is that odd for you to fly a farrier in, or that's pretty standard at your level?
I think at that level, probably a lot of people do. But I also know no matter what it costs, because at that point, I'm very business minded. Okay. So to me, rodeoing, I know rodeo doesn't make money.
Yeah.
I don't expect to make any money in rodeo. So I'm going to enter how I need to enter, pay what I need to pay, fly my shoer out, because I already know rodeo loses money. Stallion breeding makes money.
Yes.
The aminos makes money. We sell a ton of merch.
Yeah.
Merch makes money. All that side is fine. That's what's going to pay for whatever the hell else we're doing over here. So I'm like, if I could even just break even on the season, that'd be great, because I'm not rodeoing to make money.
Yeah.
I'm rodeoing.
So you want
to
him
put my
to have
stallion out there.
have the farrier, so you give him the best chance. I always say in business you better have a damn good attorney and a damn good accountant. And being a horse trainer, you better have a damn good farrier and a damn good vet.
Because if you are out there and Joe Blow puts a shoe on your horse and cripples him,
Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah.
you're out.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And a lot of people went home.
Right, now let's move forward a little bit here to the NFR. You take him out there. Where's your headset? You're excited? You're not excited? Are you feeling like that year of seasoning him? Like you got a real shot at this? Do you know the other girls are riding some damn good horses? Talk to me about where your headset is on him.
I mean, that's the best horses that are going to be there.
Yeah.
And then 10 rounds is a lot. You say 10 rounds, so it's that. But until you're doing 10 rounds, I come out after the third round and I got the flu, the Vegas crap.
Mm-hmm.
So I was dying in the beginning of this whole deal. And then I come out of the third round and I was I remember looking at my girl and I was like, holy shit. I was like, we have 7 rounds left. And I feel like I've been in Vegas for a month.
Even just with one horse?
Yes.
It's just that exhausting. Let me ask you, I've also wondered, obviously you girls compete at nighttime. Do they let you practice during the day? Are you allowed in that arena?
So I think every other day they had morning practice. It's at 5:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So I
you each have individual time?
Nope. They put you in line and you have you just go through and then you get back around in line and.
So they just like a conga line.
Yeah.
You go in like an exhibition type deal.
Yeah.
Do you have 30 seconds in there? What do you got in there?
Whatever you need, but without
pissing
upsetting
everybody
off the other girls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so luckily Adios is
And
really,
they do that every other day?
Yeah.
Okay. At 5:30 in the morning?
Yep.
Okay. Righto then.
So pretty early. And then luckily he's so good-minded. So his futurity year, for instance, I would say I only went through the barrels at home maybe 5 or 6 times, like nothing. I usually just ride him because he's so smart. So I always joke, like, I feel like sometimes horses get bored on the pattern, and I was like, well, if he's going to be bored, he can be bored loping circles, like whatever. And so I would just get on him, and I would just trot him through one time, and then just more to get him out of the stall.
So how did you do in the rounds? Were you competitive? Did you win some of the rounds? How did that go?
So he won the most money of any of the horses. So he won $245,000. He won 2 rounds.
2 rounds, and you won the average. Is that right?
I was 3rd in the average.
Okay.
But I was only 2 seconds behind the average winner, and I hit a barrel, which is a 5-second penalty.
Okay, fair enough.
So the time he was really solid the entire time. And when I caught...
So did you just say you won $245,000 during the 10 days?
Yes.
You're shitting me.
Yeah, that's where
But you still didn't win the average.
No, because it's a time. Not... So it's... So when you go there, you can win the rounds, but they total your time only there.
Okay, it's not the money you won that wins the average. It's the time. Okay,
yes.
I'm trying to figure out how the fuck you win that much and not win the average. Okay.
And so, but what's crazy is I come into the finals in 11th place, and I finished 2nd in the world.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So it was, I would have been happy. I joke. I'm like, if he could have won like 1 round and then won 100,000, that would have been a success. Because the biggest thing coming into that, I didn't want to have a lot of pressure because he's 5. I have a lot of years left, a lot of horse left. I want him to have a good time, a good experience, to have fun, because he's that kind of horse. Like, he's kind of like the party guy. He wants to just have a good time. If he's having a good time, you're going to win a lot of money. Like, that's just him, you know? Yeah. So I really want to focus on, like, taking care of his mind, because 10 rounds is a lot to ask of
do those horses, as they get tireder through the 10 rounds, do they get better at running, or do they get worse at running? You know what I'm trying to ask here? Kind
of both. So, like, a lot of them, they do struggle, or they'll give them a day off, and you can swap horses and stuff in there. What's funny is in the beginning, Adios was really strong in the alley, but just they were like, what are you going to do to school him? And I was like, nothing, because, like, same thing as the very first race. So, like, I'm like, he's in this situation. The Coliseum is so freaking loud. You can't even hear yourself think. And he's young, so he's never been in this kind of situation. So I'm like, he's just trying to figure out how to handle his emotions. And he's getting really excited, but he wants to go and work, you know? And so for me, I was like, I'm just going to give him a couple rounds of grace to, like, contain himself. Well, by the end, walks flat-footed in there and just, like, goes to town. He got way better as I went. Yeah, and just because I think he loves the work, but just to, like, get the excitement of, like, okay, this is fun, but okay, well, we are here to work, you know?
So you accomplish what you accomplish, which is pretty unheard of for a horse that young, correct? A 5-year-old to do that. Okay.
Also, and, like, because this is like a whole fairy tale, he crosses $1 million in the 10th round.
Oh, truly? That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm like, you could have
Has there been other barrel racing horses that have crossed $1 million?
So, mares, yes. He's the youngest horse across all Western disciplines to cross $1 million.
He would be, yeah.
Yep.
Now that you think that through, yeah.
And so, and then he's with the Stallion deal. So he crossed the high money Stallion in barrel racing in April. And then he got the fastest barrel Stallion at the finals. So when he won his first round, that's the fastest a Stallion's ever run.
What is his registered name?
Adios.
Adios.
Okay. Adios Pantalones.
Okay, that's his registered name, and his barn name is Adios.
Adios.
Okay, right then. So that was last December.
Yep.
Today, it's February now that we're having this podcast. So now you're back into breeding season again.
Yep, right and starting to rodeo.
So you're not going to quit both. You're not just going to breed him. You're going to rodeo and breed the son bitch.
It's tough because, like, you know, a lot of people have said, like, oh, you should retire him. But
why don't you just use frozen semen?
We do frozen semen, but my priority right now is freezing semen.
Yeah.
So, like, when we go to the breeding farm, so I still take him Monday,
Where does
Wednesday,
he stand?
Friday. High Point.
Okay, High Point. Yep.
And so I split the collection. So we ship out what we have to do that day, and I'll freeze the rest.
What is his stud fee as of this year, 2026? $7,500. Okay. How many mares do you think you'll breed this year with him?
I would still bet probably around 175.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is he the highest stud fee in barrel racing industry right now?
Of a junior stallion.
Okay. What is a senior?
There's some that are like around 10,000. Okay. So he's definitely the highest of the young
So
stallions.
his oldest foal crop will be 2-year-old this year?
They're 3-year-olds. There's 5 of them.
Okay.
There's
right. And do
5
you have all
3-year-olds.
those 5? Who's
I
got
have
those
one
5?
of them.
Okay.
And then, but I know where all the other ones are. They're
Okay.
looking pretty good.
Okay.
I really like the one that I have. And then so one cool thing about it is like so I'm very fortunate because we've been able to get so much for the stud fee, but his babies are selling for so high. Like they're selling for high. So, I mean, the cheapest one I've seen in forever is $25,000.
Okay.
They just had one that went through the BFA sale and it brought $74,000.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So like the coolest thing about that is to see how the marketing, like, yes, he's a great stallion. He's a great competitor, but they're bringing so much more money because all of the marketing is behind them. And then for me to be able to compete with farms that have huge marketing budgets and not have spent $5 marketing him has been really awesome.
That's awesome. So do you have more prospects coming up that you're training now, or you've only focused on this horse now that you don't have time to train anymore?
Nope, I have a bunch. So now I am my own best client.
Yes.
And I have, well, I mean, every like name brand, you know, for barrel racing that you can have, but I have them just kind of stacked through the year. So I have, you know, 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 2-year-olds, yearlings, stuff hitting the ground now. So now it's just kind of like stacked to, my goal is really, I would like to have like 2 a year for myself. And so I usually start out with like 3 or 4 and then kind of just weed through what I think I'm going to get along with the best, and you can go from there. But
when do you decide to cut these barrel racing 2-year-olds? And the reason I ask that, when I say cut, I don't mean stallion, I mean cut them from the program. Like I'll make a cut theoretically every 4 months. So after 4 months of riding, I usually give everything 4 months. You know, just to get a good foundation on whether a cutter, reiner, cow horse, they all get 4 months. And then I make my first cut and say, okay, these ones don't feel like they've got enough talent, blah, blah, blah. And then I usually ride them again for another 4 months. And then I make another cut roughly after 8 months of riding and whittle it down.
Yep.
When do you have any sort of system like that, or you just cut them whenever the feeling is right that, hey, they're not going to make it? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, just because I don't have too many, so I can usually feel pretty fast, though, if they're going to have like that talent that I want. I'm looking for me specifically because I think sometimes you don't know what you don't know. So like you don't know that there's horses out there that will just get it and do it and be what you want them to be. And so like if I don't feel like they're mentally there, I'm going to sell it, because that doesn't mean it's not going to make a great horse or that they haven't, you know, come on. But I'm like, I'm not waiting until they're 8 years old.
Yes.
So I'm like, I'm looking for a 3-year-old, you know, into their 3-year-old year. My goal is to kind of be exhibitioning them, practice runs by summer of their 3-year-old year. And then I kind of want them to like start once a week, kind of start kind of clocking and building up on that to see kind of what we have. Adios, he kind of clocked early, but not like, it was just very easy for him. And so
are you a little bit worried you're going to be spoilt now? And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but are you a little worried that like you might have shot your fucking load? Like this could be a once in a lifetime kind of horse.
Oh, he's definitely a once in a lifetime
I may not get
horse.
another one even remotely close to him. Has that crossed your mind?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I think that's the, you know, I joke about like, you know, selling him, because I'm like, I always joke, I couldn't spend the money in prison.
Yeah.
The first time I see somebody rip on him, I'm going to be in prison because I love this horse. But also like multiple things, I think I would spend all that money trying to find another one. I mean, because what do we do this for?
Yeah.
I mean, I still want to ride
at that
the
level.
horse.
Yes, you could go through a 300, 400 to find.
I'll never find that horse again. And like also, I mean, not only is he a winner, but he's stunningly beautiful, and you know, rein in mane, and just you know, he's like literally, I call him Barbie Dream Horse. He is Barbie Dream Horse. Yeah. Like, how do you? I could even have a lot of more nice horses. They're never going to be that one. Yeah. You know, and so I'm like, well, that's the best he gets. So why would I want to sell him, or like all the marketing that's behind all the hard work is done. Do you
now
have I just get to go have fun.
Are you building any incentives for him for his babies? Are you putting any money aside that if people win on his progeny, they get a side pot? Does that happen in the barrel racing world or not really?
not a lot as far as like that goes, but he isn't in a lot of the incentives. So he has the Ruby Buckle. I bought a Breeders' Challenge spot for him, and then he has.
We just had a great podcast with Chad Bussey.
Stuff.
Did you listen to that one at all? He did a great job on the podcast, and people really liked it. So he explained all the different pink buckle and ruby buckle and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of the cutting sires now are doing side incentives for that stud, to where they can win a shit ton of money if they do really well, if it's by that progeny, etc.
Yeah, I would like to do some of that stuff. And the cool thing is, like, when they're like him and then they're breeding the amount of mares, you can.
Yeah.
You like, they make the money. Like he is. You can justify it from a business standpoint for all of those things, because he can support himself. Okay. You know.
So what is your plans now? Are you going to build your own facility? You're going to keep leasing stalls where you're at?
So during all of this stuff, we've been building our own place. So the last like 4 years.
Whereabouts?
In Mountain Springs. So right outside Valley View.
Okay.
So I bought land up there, and then we finished the apartment, like the barn, the apartment, everything, a couple years ago now. And then we built a shop last year, and then they start on the arena soon. So I'm excited to get a lid. So yeah, finally
you got your own covered arena. That's
for
good
sure.
for you. So let me ask you, why do you think there is so much controversy around you? And I mean that in a positive way, because I love controversy. Okay. And it's never bothered me, even from the beginning. People are, one of my old Australian buddies came over a couple of years ago. I hadn't seen this guy in 20 years. And he looked at me and he said, how do you deal with so many people hating on you? Like, when you Google your fucking name, like, there's just pages of people shitting on you. He said, how do you deal with that? And I said, I fucking love it. And he said, what do you mean? I said, I love the negativity, because that's what gets me my fans. But I said, think about this. When somebody new comes to the industry and they hear so much shit talk about me, the first thing they're going to do is go watch videos. The
100%.
First thing they're going to go is go to YouTube. They're going to go to my website, because a lot of people are going to say, how the fuck does this Clint Anderson get so much negativity? So the first thing they do is go check it out for themselves. Well, once they go watch my videos and they watch what I do, 80% of them are like, I don't know what the big fuss is about, this motherfucker. It doesn't, sure, he swears a bit, but it makes sense what he does. Yeah, I like his videos. I like the way he trained. They go to my website and they buy shit.
Yeah.
But I would not have got those people to focus on me if it wasn't for the negativity. Yeah. So I said, I don't want to not be hated on, because, okay, when I first got over here in 1997, okay, Monty Roberts was the big dog at the time. Pirelli and John were a close second and third. You couldn't go anywhere without people trashing Monty's name, anywhere. But back in those days, the Horse Whisperer movie came out, Shy Boy, the documentary came out, and his fucking book.
He had a book.
A book with the Queen.
I read the book.
That motherfucker was filling arenas of 18,000 people. Yeah. He was smoking everybody. 18,000 people.
Crazy.
The amount of money he made was astronomical. And people hated his guts. Do you know what you hear now about Monty Roberts?
Nothing.
Crickets, nothing. So I want to be hated on as long as I can, because if people are shitting on you, you're being successful.
Yeah.
The second people quit shitting on me, I know my career is 100% fucking over. I know I'm a has-been at that point.
Yeah.
So I don't want them to stop fucking hating on me. I want it, in fact, ramp it up a little more, because I want some new customers. And that's how I get new customers, is from the negativity. And when I explained it to him like that, he said, I never thought about it like that. And I said, fuck it, it's publicity's publicity. I don't care if people are shitting on me and hating me or praising me. I just need them talking.
Yeah.
Either one, they're just talking. Whether they're hating on me or praising me, I win either extreme. It doesn't bother me one little bit. So why do you think you never shied away? Did you get that message early on in your career that you didn't worry about what people say? How did you deal with negativity? Because I've often found women take it a lot more personal. As a general rule, they struggle with the criticism. Me, I couldn't have given a flying fuck. It just bounced off me right from the beginning. You really better have a bit of an ego if you're going to be in the public's eye, because people will attack you with barbs, and if they see a small fucking chink in your armor, if they see blood in the water, they see a small chink in your armor, they're coming for your throat. So how did you adapt to that as you went through your career? Have you always had a bit of a not give a fuck attitude?
So Probably, yes, a little bit. Like, and I'm definitely the person that if you tell me I can't do something, I'm going to.
I love that.
Like, and so I think.
So you use negative energy as positive energy.
Oh, a fuel all day
Yes,
long. Yeah.
love it.
And that's what's been fun, you know, especially with Adios, because it's like I heard so much that they can't. And then I laugh now because they're like, you know, all those comments. It's like the video of him at BFA rearing up, and a lot of people are like, "Oh yeah, I come to see because we heard so much bad stuff on that, and then I see your horse. He's actually pretty cool." Like, you know, and they get to see him, which is awesome. But they I think too, maybe I have like a little bit of like I don't want to say like I make fun of them back, but I kind of make fun of them back. Like I crack myself up, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I agree. Yes.
So I like to say, and I joke because I'm like, you know, on my page, it kind of goes both ways, because sometimes people are like, they hate that I say anything, but then I'm like, you know, bullies is kind of a big thing to me, because so can you imagine being like a teenage girl now with social media?
Horrible.
Like, it would be terrible. Yeah. And also like, I think that forever and ever, what do you say? You say like, oh, just ignore them, just ignore them, just ignore them, just be quiet. Well, bullies have balls now because they've been ignored for freaking ever. And no one will ever just like even hold up a mirror to them and be like, what you're saying is rude. Stop saying that.
I agree. I started changing a little bit of something in my career just in the last 6 months. All of my career until about 6 months ago, I would never address hater videos on me and people. I would never address it because, honestly, I just didn't give a fuck. I really did not give a fuck. It fazed me nothing. Well, when that Canadian bitch came out and attacked my miniature pony, oh, motherfucker. That hit a nerve with me. It's funny because you can attack me all you want, but you come after my fucking pony, you come after my goddamn barn cats, or you come after my dog, bitch, it's on. And I fucking roasted that big fat bitch, and I mean, I fucking loved it. Oh, man. And I said to her, because when I did it, I said to Rochelle, she's my social media manager with me, and she didn't want me to do it. And I said, you know what? Fuck this bitch. If people are going to come out with stupid shit, I'm going to start attacking them back. And I'm going to do that. Moving forward, I've made a couple more videos about some dumb bitches doing some dumb shit about me. And I'm like, you know what? If you're going to act like a fucking idiot, I'm going to show the world how big of a fucking idiot you really are. So I'm actually going to start fighting back. Not so much about I hate Clinton Anderson. I mean really dumb, slanderous, dumb shit. Where people are just lying their ass off. I'm going to come out swinging now. And they're going to fucking regret it because I'm going to light them up. I'm going to light them up on the internet and show the whole world how big of fucking idiots they really are. And I'm enjoying it too.
It usually goes backwards. So like there was a lady last year that posted something about me, and it said something like she hated my character or whatever. Who knows? They don't know me. So like I'm like, well, how do you know? Okay, so I screenshot it. And I scribble out her name or whatever, and I share it to the page. And I was like,
see, I don't do that now. I leave their fucking name right up there. Yes.
Well, so she outs herself in the comments, but I post it and I say, turns out your haters really do share your stuff. Because she shared my post to try to say something terrible about me, and then she's actually just, making me money. So roll on. Yeah. And so she outs herself in the comments. Well, then it goes on this whole thing. So she sends me like this really nasty message. And I write back, I think you meant to say, I'm sorry for attacking your character, even though I don't know you at all. And she's like, well, I have kids. So I was like, what do you think my kid thinks?
Yeah. People, there was a few people that thought I roasted this bitch too much. And, you were picking on her, blah, blah. No, the internet's fair game. For 25 years, people have been shitting on me, saying whatever they want, posting nasty shit. If you put something on the internet, it's fair fucking game. Mm-hmm. Fair fucking game.
I don't do kids because kids are
I
dumb.
wouldn't do that.
Yeah, so like, and I joke because I'm like, I'm sure when I was like freaking 16, I said a lot of dumb shit. So they get a free pass.
Yeah, I agree
ignore
on
all of them. And then, but I'm like, these are grown
fucking adults. Yes.
These are adults that take something and then roll with it. And then I'm like, I get in a lot of trouble because I think it's really funny when people hate on you to make funny merch and sell it. And I'm really fast at it. Yeah. And so like my company that I use for that does a great job because I'll like have it all mocked up and I'll sell it all weekend. And then Monday morning I send them the file and they're roll with it. And so like, there's a lot of those that make it fun.
I've always, yes, you're turning negative into positive.
And because like, why shouldn't we be able to laugh at it?
Perfect example of this. A few years ago now, maybe at least 5 years ago, I shaved my head. Like I'm bald now, you know what I mean? But at 50, I had to pick a team. You either shave your fucking head or do the comb over, you know what I mean? So I picked my team. But about 5 years ago, I thought to myself, I noticed I was going bald, and I thought, I wonder what I look like bald. So I fucking shaved my head, okay? And I thought it was funny myself, and I posted a photo of it. And somebody hated on me and put like a fake wig on me and tried to make me look bad. And somebody sent it to me, and I fucking thought it was hilarious. I wasn't offended by it at all.
Yeah.
So I said, let's have some fun with this. So I put a competition out, and I said, we're going to give away a free saddle to whoever comes up with the funniest photo. Here's my bald head. Put whatever wigs you want on. They did it. So we made a competition out of it.
Yeah.
I made $40,000 in sales that weekend.
Yeah.
Because it generated that much traffic to my website. Because I get a report every midnight, I get an email report of what my sales were for the day. So by the end of basically Sunday night, over 3 days, my sales have gone up $40,000 over 2.5 days.
That's awesome.
So I turned a negative into a positive.
Yes.
We all had a great laugh at my expense. I thought it was hilariously funny.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Learn to turn negative shit into positive shit. Take negative stuff and make money from it. And I've always been really good at it. Who shaves their head and make 40 grand?
Yeah.
I fucking did.
Yeah.
So that hater, you just made me 40 grand richer. And that's what I think that's where I get even with the haters, is I love it because they just make me more money, which pisses them off even more.
That's the best part though, because I think even in our industry, like, you know, I think some people just don't know that every move we make is calculated. Like all the social media is marketing. It's all part of a bigger plan. It ties everything else together. Like it's very calculated. And so I think people don't understand. And I'm like, of all the marketing that I do, which is a ton, I'm like, I still have people all the time that say, do you breed your stallion? Did you futurity him? Did you do this? Did you do that? And I'm like, gosh dang, we got this out there nonstop. So my people in like, I would consider peers would be like, we know your stallion is good. Like, I don't know why you have to keep posting him. And it's like,
you've always got to
right
market.
Over their head.
You've always got to market.
All the time.
Okay, here's how I explained it to people. Would you say Coca-Cola was probably the most recognized brand in the world? There's a small kid in fucking Africa that knows what Coca-Cola is. He's 4 years old. That motherfucker knows what Coca-Cola is, okay?
Yep.
So you would say if you're the most recognized brand in the world, you probably don't need to advertise anymore. Well, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars advertising Coca-Cola. The reason they do that, even though they're the most well-known brand in the world, if they stop marketing over the next 3 years, Sprite, you know, every Pepsi, every other brand of soda will slowly erode their market. So in 3 years, they won't be number one anymore. So now if they need to go spend money, it'll cost a lot more money than what they would have spent over 3 years to get that market share back. So even at my deal, I still spend a shitload of money on marketing because you have to keep feeding. It's like marketing is kind of like, in my opinion, Tricia, like a blood bank. Red Cross is always looking for a new donor. They've got to find new blood all the time. So I'm looking for new customers all the time. And my haters bring a lot of those customers to me because they spread my name so much. Most people have never heard of me. Google Clinton Anderson. They find negative shit. And then they start looking at my videos. Now, some of them don't. But some of them will believe the hate. Well, guess what? I don't give a fuck because I never met them anyway.
But
they were never going to be exposed to me is what I'm saying.
And they would never spend money with you anyway.
So I constantly spend money on marketing, advertising, because that's how you keep your name. That's how I did this podcast. This podcast, I budgeted $100,000 a year for it. It's just a playful fuck off thing for me. That I just wanted to sit down, have a couple of cocktails, and bullshit with interesting people. This podcast has taken off like I never even dreamed in a billion years it would take off as much as it did because it wasn't supposed to be a separate business. It was just supposed to be fun. But it's taken off because we're having real fucking conversations with real people about shit that goes wrong in life, shit that goes right in life, and it's not politically correct. And it's been tremendously successful. Just because I was just a branding tool for me. That's all it was. I just came up with it as this is just a branding fucking tool. I'm going to spend $100,000 on advertising. When I say $100,000 for expenses for it. Yep. If it works, it works. And as long as it keeps my name out, again, I either want them cussing me or praising me. I don't give a flying fuck which one it is. Just keep talking.
Yeah. And I think it's just important to remember that all those negative people, like, you know, when they say, well, why do you not care? It's like they were never going to be my clients anyway. So I don't care.
You're not going to barbecue with them?
No.
The only people I care about their opinions, to be honest with you, Tricia, the only people's opinion that I truly do care about what they think of me is the people that I think, if I'm on my deathbed and I got cancer, who will really be there for me?
Yeah.
If I had to count who I think will be by my side, however many, it'll probably be a pretty small number.
Yeah.
But that's the number, that's the people that if they come to me with an opinion of me, I'll listen.
Yeah.
I'll take that serious. Mm-hmm. But if you're not in that circle of people and you're shitting on me, I couldn't give a flying fuck.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be there when I fucking need you. You're not going to be there when in my darkest fucking hour. Yeah. The people that are there in my darkest hour are the ones that I'll heed their advice. I'll take them real seriously of what they say or what they think. You know what I'm trying to say there?
Oh, yeah. And I think, too, with all of the negativity, it does bring a lot of traffic. My favorite, though, is the people who tell me I'm dramatic, but they post whatever situation on their page about me. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you're in no way involved in this. Like, they get mad at me for responding to something, mm-hmm. and I'm like, you're sharing this crap or stirring the pot, and you have literally nothing at all. And then you're saying that I'm the dramatic one who's only responding when I'm, like, provoked to respond.
Well, I always say this, keep doing what's working. Clearly what you're doing is fucking working. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and I'm glad I get to meet you, and I'm very proud of what you've done and excited to see you keep doing good. I always ask the guest, if you could go back to an 18-year-old Tricia, what would you tell yourself? Life advice, whatever it is. I'm not saying we'd listen or not at that age, but if you could go back to an 18-year-old yourself, what would you tell yourself? What would you want to sit down and coach yourself on to do different in life? Not so better, but just different.
I think I wish I would have focused more on like the financial and business lessons earlier. Mm-hmm. I had to learn so many of those the hard way, or just so many things about like where you waste money at, or just I feel like if I could have been a little sharper at that early on, it would have really propelled me later. Still ended up getting there, but I think I could be twice as size.
I agree.
You know, if I had just but even for my family, like I just didn't even know to.
No, you didn't have a mentor.
Yeah.
You didn't have a mentor. My brother, my best friend, he's worth about $100 million, and his son's 28 now, and he's going to sell his first company for $40 million. He's 28 years age. And Tom and I were talking, and he said, but Clinton, he had all the mentorship from me and his mother. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? He didn't make any of the mistakes me and you made. He had that correct mentorship. Now, he's a go-getting kid, and he's a hustling motherfucker. But he never got to make any mistakes because we showed him what not to do. Mm-hmm. We handled all his books. We handled his accountants. We made sure he wasn't getting stolen from. So sure, at 28, he's selling his first company for that kind of money, but we didn't have that mentorship. We had to figure out how the playground works by getting bloody noses. Yes. And that's why I happily share my bloody noses with everybody, because I want you to fucking learn from them. Yes, it would have been nice if you could have learnt those lessons, Tricia, but you didn't have a mentor there.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So you did the best that you could with it, you know.
Bloody noses.
Bloody nose. You got to figure out you got to get a few bloody noses to figure out how the playground works.
For sure.
I'm going to be following you now myself, and I love what you're doing, and I'm glad you're here, and I want to celebrate your successes. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to your great stud, and I just wish the world for you.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, beautiful. Great to have you here. Thank you. Today's episode was filmed and produced by Uncut Productions, marketing by Stewart & Associates, and organized and administrated by Down Under Horsemanship. If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to hit the subscribe button and leave a rating. Follow us and stay up to date on social media, including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. See you next time, mate. Cheers.